3, 2, 1.
All right, we'll call to order this City Council special meeting for Monday, August the 30th, 2021. It's 6:34 p.m. With that, roll call and certification of quorum. All members of City Council are present in chambers. Next item, we're going to move to citizens' comments, and we do have several, everybody that signed up wants to address the budget, so we're going to go right into the budget public hearing and do all the public comments in the public hearing and call them out. That way, not only is it online, but it's on the record for the budget public hearing itself. So with that, new business item number 1, public hearing on proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 budget. First up, we'll do a staff report. I believe they have a brief presentation, and then we'll go into citizens' comments.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. And as you said, I do think it's fitting that we lay a little of the groundwork, and I won't go through, obviously, the last month's worth of work, but I do think it's important to sort of set the context as we work tonight again. So obviously, this budget, like all budgets, are a subject of the times and a lot of adaptation. We're all very proud of and appreciative of the city's work and partnerships with a variety of others in the community to make sure that we get through this COVID pandemic together. It's not gone away. It still impacts our thinking. But the last year and a half has really shown a resilience and a strength in our community and the organization that has served us well and will continue to do so. As for the budget work ahead of us, we use this presentation, that slide, to show how there's a lot that goes into any single action in the city, and one action is dependent upon others. A lot starts with the strategic priorities, then goes to the comprehensive plan that you're updating, and then a whole series of strategic plans, capital improvement plans. We've separated that off, and council's spent separate work on that. Then you got departmental programs, and where you're at tonight is on the cusp of being able to present the budget in September for upcoming fiscal years. So this just shows how that all fits together very well. As for the FY22 budget, the property tax rate, getting into that, is a reduction. We'll say that a couple times just so it's clear from the existing. And the components of that are the debt, mandatory for servicing our debt service, and then the operations and maintenance, which is a large piece of our ongoing essential services that the city provides. That property tax revenue and the rate is that decrease. It's the second year in a row that we've been below the state's definition of no new revenue and a tax cut according to their calculations. That brings us $27 million into the general fund and $34 to debt service. And in my time with the council, that's been talked about in terms of the ratio between debt to operations and wanting to rearrange that over time, and that has been successful. We're now to the point where about 45% is going towards operations versus just debt. So then when you apply the city's rate, which is the only thing that we can control, onto tax bills, if there was zero growth, and there is some of those, particularly in Harris County, that's a $21 decrease. And then you can see some of the other examples. We've used these consistently for several years. The city of Pearland portion is consistently between 20 and 30% of the total property tax. It depends on what county you're in, whether you're in a mud district, et cetera, et cetera. But that's, for what people pay in their property tax, most of it goes to public schools, and the city's about between a fifth and a third of that. And then consistently, I've noticed the property tax total is about 2 to 3% of the total valuation. That hasn't changed much, and it's pretty consistent. And then here's some of the more examples. If there is an increase in the value, which does obviously happen, this is some of the decreased ones, but can go to the next one. Sorry. So some of the increases in valuation does translate, obviously, even with our reduction in the rate and what the portion is for the city. And then do note too, the senior examples with that's regardless of the rate change, they pay an absolute amount capped, and so that is substantially less than other taxpayers. So then getting into some of the general fund work. Public safety is the largest portion of our budget. We are a public safety organization by and large, represented by about 60% of the general fund budget. You can see you'll be seeing in October the community survey results, and obviously highly rated and appreciated throughout the community on any measure. In this budget, we have new positions and also the class and compensation adjustments, which you'll hear quite a bit about, and breaking that down. Obviously, the largest piece of those go to police and fire, where we have the most employees, not surprisingly. Another part of our portfolio, which is essential, is mobility, specifically roads under the city's jurisdiction. We do have a large portion of our capital improvements for roads. About $61 million of that is for street-related projects. And then we are continuing to make progress and emphasizing maintenance of what we have. And you see some areas where we have targeted for the upcoming year. And obviously, we have one street we repaved that has no houses on it whatsoever. Parks and Recreation, we also are very dedicated to that, to making sure that we have an attractive place that is competitive in this very competitive environment for people to live and to choose to stay. We have, thanks to the voter-approved bond issue, we have monies for parks equipment recapitalization, and then a series of minor maintenance operation improvements and taking care of what we have, such as Centennial Park and the activity pool replaster. So big picture on the general fund budget, net revenues are slightly above net expenditures. Importantly, the fund balance is over the upcoming policy target of 25% by about $2 million. So that's obviously a very good thing, gives us flexibility, and whether it's a storm or disease, gives us a little bit of cushion to operate with. And then through this budget, one thing we're very grateful for and appreciative of is the grants, federal grant monies that have flowed into the city. You've heard about that in different forms with traditionally CDBG, but then there's also disaster recovery. There's event reimbursements. Can you advance one, please? And so we've been allocated $11.8 million in federal ARPA grants. We've already dedicated $1 million of that in the mid-year budget amendment for 21, and that'll pay eligible costs, reimburse ourselves, and then we have another $4.5 million, I believe, in FY22. We will be receiving the second tranche of that, $5.9 million upcoming in the FY22 budget. That at present is unallocated and available for council prioritizations. And you've seen this spreadsheet before, but this is something we've been using to track those federal monies. And these are very specific and regulated in terms of what you can do with them. It has to be documented. And so each of those columns has its own set of rules and stipulations that come with it, but obviously it does roll up and it helps quite a bit into a substantial assistance. Some of those for reimbursing us for instance, the Harvey actions, the winter storm, reimbursing us for expenses already made, but then the ARPA is more towards investment towards the future and mitigating some of the losses that have happened with the COVID pandemic. So now a hard change over to the enterprise fund that is completely separate from the general fund. That's not a tax. You don't pay property taxes for your water and sewer. It's a separate accounting entity. It's supported by the revenues from the users there, customers. So a major component that cannot be ignored is the capital improvements that are well underway and are required. Water is essential for life, and treatment of that wastewater is just as essential. And so the city's very well positioned to be able to continue to meet that obligation with different sources of water. We've not had watering restrictions when there's been droughts. And we are also improving the resiliency by diversifying the sources, going to that canal that you're well aware of. But that adds up to big front capital investments that are repaid over up to 30 years in the case of the surface water plant by the users of the system. And so that's totals up to $300 million. There's no way to get around that. That's a major investment that we're seeing now and that we're well underway with and have to plan for. The interest cost, go back, is the good news is extremely, extremely low interest rates. So we're paying that back, and it even gets better with at least one of the TWDB state financing mechanisms that we've been able to secure. And so we're basically paying back the principal on that, again, by the users over time. Status check would be that interest rates are low. We've heard about inflationary issues, whether it's transitory or not. I'll leave to others, but we've locked in a tremendous amount of that work with our contracts. Now we're, in some cases, waiting for supplies, but we've not yet seen the dramatic increase in costs affecting our construction. And thought is that by the time we're ready for another round of major contracts, some of that inflation will have evened out a little bit. So when it comes to the rates, the city has a history here of no rate increase, even though everything increases, wages, electricity, chemicals, et cetera, and particularly with the capital improvements. So we've had this bumpy trajectory of rate increases. We have not had, we'll make the point, a major rate increase in the last 4 years at all. And so I think council I know they have expressed a goal of looking at smoothing that and making more reasonable, regular increases rather than this herky-jerky line that we've been a part of up to now. So when it comes to the rates themselves, Pearland rates are in the middle of these comparisons. They're not out of bounds. I mean, the range is fairly tight. So the Pearland left there is current, and the Pearland right is proposed that we need. And so, you're talking for a 6,000 gallon user, about $7 a month on that example. You can do the math on what that costs per day. But there's others that are less and some that are more. And this does not include, we've heard of Sugar Land that they've had also years and years of zeros, and they're having to now catch up with repetitive 10% or other kind of increases. So this will change as they progress on that. And then our system is based on volumetrics. And so if you're using 12,000 gallons, it puts you in a different tier. And, you can see the change there, about $12 a month. So that's what that is. So our system is built upon this volumetric and these tiers. There was a policy decision several years ago with the multiplier that puts more of the cost on the commercial side, which benefits the residential side. It's a closed system, so the money has to come from somewhere. But if the residential is held back a little bit, the commercial is going to need to make that up. And so we see that with some of these commercial entities, and you can see how that magnifies into actual dollars for, in this case, a sit-down restaurant. So again, just to make that point with the enterprise fund, we need to address the not so much the negative outlook. I mean, that is a concern, but more importantly, we must meet our bond covenants, and the substantive rate increase has not been made, and we have to do that for the capital investments. There's no magic money or anything else that's going to make this go away. And then closing that to 6,000 to 12,000 gallons for the residential side, between $6 and $12 a month in the water sewer bills. With that, I'll conclude the general for the public hearing and turn it back over to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you for the presentation on that, Clay. We are going to go into the citizens who signed up first. We're going to do virtual. What we'll do is we'll call a name, and then we'll also call one to be on deck. That way we can have them ready to go when that's done. And then when the virtuals are done, we'll move to those who signed in person. All right. Mayor Pro Tem is going to call your name. And for those that are online, when your name is called, just please give your name and address for the record, even though we have it on the written page. That way the residents can hear and see or hear that as well. Limit your time to 3 minutes. I think we'll have a clock. It should show up on your computer if you're watching it at home as well. We do have a couple of folks that have signed up to speak in person who are speaking on behalf of large groups, and they'll be given 5 minutes as we normally do. So with that, we're going to move into citizens to be heard during the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. First, we have Monica Burns, and so while we're queuing up Monica, next will be Kent Carson. So Kent Carson, get prepared to speak afterwards, and if you do not have your computer turned on in front of you, you cannot see the timer that our staff will display for you this evening. I will also give you a 30-second warning whenever you get to that 2-minute, 30-second mark. So, Josh, if you would mind.
And another quick housekeeping item, as the citizens are going through, there's going to be various comments. Some may just have a comment about the budget or whatever within the budget. Others may actually have a direct question about the budget or a question about a particular item in the budget. I'm going to do my best to capture all of those questions. I know we have guys here that take a lot of those notes as well. And when we're done with the citizens' comments, we're going to turn those questions over and have staff answer those questions as best we can in this meeting. There may be a question pop up that we need to get back to a particular citizen with that answer. So that's how we're going to try to work through this tonight. But we appreciate your attention to that and being flexible with us.
All right. We have
Monica Burns.
Monica Burns ready?
I'm not seeing her on the list. I do believe I have Carson, though, you said is next.
Yeah, and Monica Burns, the last four of that phone number are 9223. Do you have that?
I'm not seeing them on the
Okay.
list.
So then we can move to Kent Carson, and after Kent Carson, Mr. Charles McMurray, if you would put yourself on deck.
So, Mr. Carson, you should be unmuted.
Oh, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Okay. Thank you, City Council. This is Kent Carson, 3907 Long Heritage Drive, Pearland, Texas, 77581, Shady Crest Subdivision. I'm speaking on behalf of the Shady Crest Homeowners Association, as well as many people who I've grown up in this town with. I wanted to echo, I believe it was Alex Comcar's comment regarding the increase. He's for a zero increase, and he thinks that we need to do more research and have more transparency. And I know there is a list of expense items that made up I believe it was $1.7 million that was part of the 9% increase. And I did extensive research in what the city's been doing, continuous improvement, and based on my work experience, continuous improvement usually looks for efficiencies, not increases. And if we had a major disaster or major expenses that needed to be compensated for, that would be a different item. But I think before we just come out and say, well, we need to add more staff and add more software, we need to have more transparency on exactly why we need what's in that list to make up that 9% increase. I think I know we've had issues with the city water in the past. I don't know that those have actually been all resolved, but and I guess I'm kind of curious as to who actually makes the list of all these new expense items that are going into that 9% increase.
Just a reminder, Mr. Kim, we cannot respond directly to your questions during public comment, but we will make a note of that. And you do have 30 seconds remaining if you have anything additional to add.
Well, I'd just like to say I appreciate y'all taking the time to hear what we have to say, but I don't know anybody in Pearland that is supporting a rate increase, because I think we would say, well, next year it'll be another rate increase, and next year it'll be another rate increase. And we need to figure out a way that we can keep expenses flat, if not decreasing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your comments this evening. Mayor, next we have Mr. Charles McMurray, and after Charles McMurray, we do have Veronica Longoria. So Veronica, if you would get queued up. And Mr. McMurray, as a reminder, please state your name and address for the record, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Mr. Murray, you're
McMurray,
unmuted.
5209 Spring Branch Drive, Pearland, Texas. I'm assuming y'all can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that 180 seconds is exceptionally difficult to address the city budget, but I'm going to make my best attempt. Is that first, in my first priority is employee pay. It's my opinion if council had compensated all city employees in the way that the police department is compensated in the civil service pay plan, we wouldn't have the problem facing with the city employees that you're facing with this serious problem now. In the current fiscal 2021 civil service pay plan, the 143 line police officers, patrol officers have a 12-step program that goes from $59,680 annually to $83,092. Plus, they have special incentive pay. They have incentive pay for their law enforcement certifications, incentive pay for associates, bachelor's, and master's degree, incentive pay if they're assigned to the as a detective to the criminal investigations division, and shift differential. Is that recommendations? I recommend that, that since you have 143 police officers, funding one additional officer and one additional patrol car, which would be less than 1% of the patrol staff, would make no difference. Take that money and use it to fill those other full-time positions that we need to have. Secondly, the step increases for the new employee pay plan need to turn around and have those steps tied directly to the city employees' evaluation in their performance of exemplary or average. Its COLA is for people who are not exemplary or above average, and I caution you regarding paying more incentives to pay people to cash out their sick leave. Water rates is that the 9% increase in water rates I see as essential, but what I suggest that you consider doing is putting it 7% increase, or 7 or 8% increase for residences and 9% for commercial, because you do need to turn around and maintain your bond circumstances. Your tax rate is too low at 708. Is that you need to turn around and use a homestead tax exemption. That would turn around and shield the people that own these homes, which are your homeowners in the constituency. Is political rhetoric. Everybody wants to turn around and hold the line, but get that homeowners exemption in there in this current budget, or make it a priority in the coming future budgets. Thank you for your time. 180 seconds gone.
You did well, Charles.
Yes, thank you, Charlie. Appreciate you being here this evening. Mayor, next we have Veronica Longoria, and after Veronica, we have Gregory Nelson. So Gregory, if you could please get ready for your comments after Veronica concludes. And again, as a reminder, please state your name and address for the record, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Thank you.
My name is Veronica Longoria. My address is 2907 Julianne Drive, 77584. I understand that we're here talking about the utility. Well, I'm concerned about the utility fee and the rate increase. Thank you for the tax rate going down, but I'm not so sure that, we're paying attention to the correct hand. I wanted to address a couple of items that I saw in the budget discussions for number 3. There was an item requesting $419,000 to give to PDC to conduct a search for implementation of the entrepreneurship hub, which I feel, going back to look at the requirements, does exactly what the Pearland Chamber of Commerce already does, and what the Greater Businesses of Pearland does for free as a community Facebook group. I saw that there were inquiries as hiring for employees for a plant that's not even built yet. We are once again the city with no sidewalks, or sidewalks that don't meet, and they're pushing it to 2024, 2025 due to council priorities. So it looks like we just can't have it all. A no tax increase and sidewalks, but it looks like we have thousands for these studies and research and searches, And judging from the graphs, the actual budgets are consistently exceeding anticipated budgets, and the natatorium is just a huge money suck. There's a charge of $75,000 to fix the humidity compressor for the pool and then replace the unit at a cost of $3 million in 2022. We had a failure, paid $10K to repair. Why are we using the same vendor and $3.2 million? And the revenues are just not there with the natatorium, and PISD is covering half the cost. Speaking of water and costs, the budget had a chart that showed the steep increase of the water rates climbing. And that just brings me to my next point. All of these rate increases and this utility fee, which is actually just a tax, these are difficult on the lower socioeconomic people who live here and the senior citizens that have a tight budget. You're asking these senior citizens to make a decision whether they can probably buy meat for their groceries versus now, the water bills, which are huge. I started off at $43 a month. Now my water bill average is $79. I can pay for it. These other constituents can't. My ask is, can you please keep
Ms.
the
Longoria, you do
poor
have 30 seconds remaining.
citizen in your considerations as you make these rate increases and you make these decisions on the next budget? Thank you.
Ms. Longoria, real quick, you had a question, and I want to make sure, because I heard a blip in my ears as you said it, and you had a question about an amount of dollars going to the PEDC for the Entrepreneurship Hub. I know that that's something in their budget, but you said something that was from the city going to the PEDC, and I wanted to make sure I heard that correct.
That's as I read it.
Did you have an amount that was in that?
It was like 119, I think.
419,000.
Okay, so that is in the PEDC budget. It's not from the, okay, I got you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Longoria. Appreciate your comments. Next, Mayor, we have Gregory Nelson, and this will conclude our virtual speakers this evening. As a reminder, please state your name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Thank you for being with us.
We'll say I don't see Mr. Nelson on.
Okay, Mr. Nelson's phone number ending in 556. Oh, he sent an email. Did you hear that?
Is
Said he sent an email saying he has difficulty connecting.
Okay.
So if you are listening, you can log on later. We're gonna, I guess, at this point, move forward to the in-person comments, and then if we can get him connected, if you could just let us know. Okay, Mayor, I guess we will now move forward with comments for those who are with us this evening in attendance. And so the same rules apply to you. If you wouldn't mind stepping to the podium when your name is called, stating your name and address for the record, and staff will have the 3-minute timer up there. If you are on behalf of an organization, I believe that you will be allowed 5 minutes. And we will first begin this evening's comments with Casey Catney. So if you could please make your way to the podium. We have Casey here with us this evening.
Joshua, let's make sure they didn't sign up or do virtually as well. I mean, they said in person, but let's make sure that we don't have somebody.
Yeah, that would be phone number ending in 7395 if you have anyone.
Just to make sure.
That's a good point, Mayor. Thank you.
What was the last name again for that one?
Catney, Catney.
I'm not seeing them on here.
No?
I'm sorry.
All right. Next, Mayor, we have... one moment, please.
Okay.
All right, next, Mayor, we have Diego Lopez, who will be speaking on behalf of our Pearland Professional Firefighters Association. So if we could please change the timer to 5 minutes. Appreciate you being here this evening. And the floor is yours.
Diego Lopez, 621 Shadowcliff, League City, Texas, 77573. City Council, Mayor, thank you for being here tonight. As stated, I am representing the Pearland Firefighters Association. The department has been paid for roughly about 14 years. There's been a lot of discussion on FTEs and the inclusion with this year's budget, and to look back on the past few years on the increase on public safety, specifically on FTEs. A big part of that is because we are a growing city, and the Pearland Fire Department is growing as well. We've gone from paid staff being implemented to now multiple stations throughout the years, including 1 fire truck and 1 medic unit, which 6 personnel for 1 shift out of 3 shifts, 18 people per station. The newest station being 2 heavy apparatus and a medic unit with that one. The needs of these FTEs for the public safety are a need for the growing city that has been mentioned today. Our department itself is in need of FTEs. We have a quartermasters that are part of our department that has not grown, and our department has grown, and they cannot meet the needs of our department because we're growing, as well as our senior staff, as far as EMS captains and battalion chiefs. The span of control is starting to get going past what they're able to control because we're growing as a department, yet those senior positions are not being matched with the growing department. Our department is big on recruitment and retention. A lot of our recruitment has come from the grassroots of our members of our department. We tell them how great our department is, how we mentor each other, how we are a family, and how we're doing great things, how we're being progressive for the citizens of Pearland. However, that is always followed with, but we don't get paid very well. Just this past week, while I was on duty, I had a firefighter mention to me that he was applying for another city or another department, partly because of the current pay situation. Also discussed recently has been the amount that we make grossly, included with overtime. Because we are understaffed, our overtime budget includes what we call mandatory recall, in which every 6 weeks we're scheduled for 48 hours to if there's a shortage in staffing, we're asked to come back, and we have to come back. So it's not a voluntary overtime, it's a mandatory overtime, and we're asked to fill those positions. I say this all to kind of draw a picture of where we are in department. I understand the city is in need of multiple FTEs in our department as well. However, the big talking point is the 10% cap with the budget. This 10% cap is addressing where we need to go, but it's stopping us from being where we need to be. The market value of our members are putting us at the minimums. We're increasing our pay to market minimums, but we're not addressing the tenured employees who have been here 4, 5, 7, 14 years. They're getting placed at market minimums. And I'm afraid, as I mentioned last time, that it's just going to get pushed down the road the next 4 years down the road. We're putting a Band-Aid fix on this, on our minimums, our market value. And I'm afraid that I'm going to have more firefighters come up to me and tell me that they're applying to other departments. I don't want to lose our senior personnel to other departments. We have a really awesome thing going here in the Pearland Fire Department. We do everything for our citizens. Just this past week, I had a bag packed for 7 days, not just for our citizens, but for the citizens of Texas. I had my gear bag for all my rescue equipment, plus enough clothes for 7 days, just in case the hurricane veered west and hit Texas. I'm able to stand down now, but I was ready to deploy for the water rescue team. We do a lot for the citizens, and we're not asking to get paid above and beyond. We're just asking for this to get paid fairly within market and our tenured within the city be recognized. We appreciate that the city is going forward with the bilingual pay and the sick time buyback, because that affects everybody in the city as far as employees, and we're very appreciative of it. We want the step play, the 10% cap, to be addressed citywide for those in every single department can be addressed with their tenure with the city, and it be applied appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your input. I know you've been here before, so coming back and continuing to give us input is very valuable as the process is ongoing. So really appreciate that. Next, Mayor, we have Matthew and please forgive me. Is it either Barrere or Barrere? There you go. If you could please make your way up to the podium and name and address for the record. And let's reset the clock to 3 minutes, please, Josh. The floor is yours.
Matt Barrere, 3001 Abbey Lane, Deer Park, Texas, 77536. Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff, other attendees, thank you all for your time. My name is Matt Barrere. I'm a 14-year veteran of the fire service, 2015 Pearland Rookie of the Year, 2020 Firefighter of the Year. However, none of this matters. I am but one of 136 members of our department who motivate me to achieve these accolades. I'm not better than them. I'm one of them, one of many just like me. We hear discussion, as I talk about pay, on merit-based step raises and merit-based COLAs. I came from a prior department that had a step raise program. You were gainfully employed, you receive a step raise. Underperforming employees shouldn't receive a step raise should they receive employment. I can guarantee you that the members of the Pearland Fire Department are all working their hardest to be their best. I'd hate to think that somebody has an accident that they learned from, any kind of incident they learned from with our positive plans that we have, and not gain that raise. When we talk about merit, I'm going to bring some things that may not be aware as far as merit goes in our career. I come in a little early for work. I sit in my truck, kind of get my head right, get myself together. Then I look around my truck one last time and just hope that I get back in it. I'm prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for a citizen of Pearland every time I come to work. I have a 2-year-old son. He's pretty smart. He's already learned math. He knows 4 days. 4 days, Dad's leaving. So I put him down to bed. I go to sleep myself, pack my truck. Next morning I wake up, kiss him on the forehead. I put on my uniform, and I come to the city of Pearland to serve the citizens. I reassure him that I'm going to do everything I can to come home, but I can't guarantee it. So if that's not merit, I'm not sure what merit is. Please consider that merit when you consider our pay and step raises. I'll leave you with this. My passion that you see right now is across the board. Every member of the department firmly believes that we will lay our lives down for the citizens of Pearland. We love them. We know they love us. They make it very apparent to us. So please, when you're reviewing pay, remember our faces and don't see us as numbers on a page. We care about y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrere. And I want to say that we really do appreciate your sacrifice and the sacrifice of all of our city employees. I think a lot of our employees, Mayor, go unnoticed, particularly, the ones that are unseen and those public works employees even that we have. I've just seen a lot of selfless service in this city. So I'm really, really happy that we have the employees that we have here. That's what makes our city great. Next, Mayor, we have Catherine McBride. If you could please make your way to the podium. State your name and address for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. And thank you very much for joining us this evening. The floor is yours.
Hi, we were told 5 minutes. I practiced this. It's 5 minutes. Can we get the 5 minutes, not the 3?
She's asking for. Are you speaking on behalf of a group?
Okay, I'll speak fast. My name is Catherine McBride. I live at 12503 Canal Street in Baytown, Texas. Good evening, council members, Mayor. I've been in good standing with the Pearland Fire Department for a little over 6 years and in the fire service for 12 years. If this works out, this is where I wish to retire. This department was supposed to be my interim department until I made it to the big leagues at the Houston Fire Department, a real fireman. That came to a screeching halt in my first week of orientation with Chief Jackson and Chief Campese, both phenomenal leaders, by the way. I knew I'd found my career home here. I live in Baytown. It's a Baytown address, but it's technically Mont Bellevue, and I drive about an hour each way to and from work, once, sometimes twice a week, plus the mandatory shifts. In that drive, I bypassed several higher paid departments. I've worked countless hours, multiple natural disasters, and spent many holidays and birthdays and anniversaries around a fire station kitchen table instead of at home. Pearland has afforded me many opportunities I would not otherwise have by sending me to conferences, classes to obtain, to further my career. I love it here. These good people are truly my second family, and while I'm so grateful for this job, my only point of contention is the pay. In order to stay here, I have picked up a part-time job. This part-time job is doing the same work as I do in Pearland, but only a half a mile from my home, where they've asked me for over a year to become full-time. I could work anywhere, but I want to work here. I love it here. I love the people here. I love the citizens. This is truly the best job I've ever had. If you search the hashtag, best job I ever had, you'll find a lot of us Pearland firefighters that use that. While the second job is a temporary fix, I cannot continue the schedule for much longer. Truth is, I took a pretty decent pay cut to begin my career here, and the below market pay I've been receiving is frustrating at best. I am blessed to live in a 2-income home, but there's no way I could be able to support my family on this salary if I were the sole provider. This is a place I love, but I'm not compensated appropriately for the amount of hours I take away from my 3- and 5-year-old and my husband to be here. A fair pay raise would not be big. It would be huge, and removing the 10% cap is a good place to start. This will allow me to work one job and be home more. Being home more will provide me the necessary downtime away from the chaos of this job and to watch my children go. The people with which I work are not my issue. They make me feel appreciated, necessary, and valued. The quote, "Someone who feels appreciated will always do more than expected," is true. Unfortunately for us, but fortunately for the citizens, the kind of person that is attracted to this work is a person who usually their entire life has gone above and beyond in order to retain quality employees. In order to retain quality employees who continue to go above and beyond the call of duty, we need to feel appreciated, and a good start to that would be fair compensation without limitations and caps on earnings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate your comments as well, and you got it in there under that 3-minute mark, so thank you. Let's see, next we have Mr. Brian Perkins. If you could please make your way up to the podium. State your name and address for the record. And we'll get the 3-minute timer reset for you. Thank you for being here.
I'll be speaking on behalf of the Pearland Firefighters Association. Would you please allow me to have 5 for this?
At the discretion of the mayor, but we did have a conversation previously that your representative did speak for the organization already.
That's fine, I'll cut it.
Thank you.
Brian Perkins, 906 Waycraft Lane, Houston, Texas, 77062. So 4 years ago, we were presented with a comp study, showed our city lagging behind the market, and much was made at the time about how we should fully fund the recommended actions from the consultation group. Due to various fiscal issues, this was whittled down at the time to 95% of the market, with the intention of bringing everyone up within a couple of years. Simply didn't happen for many, and for some, we're still not up to those 2016 averages. Now we're in the same situation where an expensive consulting firm has been called in to show us what we already know. We're still significantly behind in some compensation areas. Study shows that for the fire department, at least, we're lagging behind the city at an average of 25% under market. Some of the biggest differentials in the city. Since our 2017 raise to attempt to fall into market range, we haven't seen any increases in pay outside of our COLAs, which unfortunately are usually immediately eaten by benefit increases. Our reviews and performances have not mattered at all in this regard, and new employees are brought in at pay rates that aren't too far from people who have put years into serving. We've been asked to do more and more with less from our job scope in this time, and we've still answered the call to service 24/7 from everything from Harvey, crazy ice storms, and a global pandemic that we don't have the option to ignore. We've put together a plan that doesn't bring us into the competitive market averages for many years. Seeing a clear accelerated plan for pay advancement does no good if that plan only serves to frustrate and demoralize as we watch the market leave us behind. Simple example, market average shows that a driver average is $80,000 for peer and competitive departments. Our current driver pays around $63,000. Current 10-step plan for that role has a newly hired promoted step 1 driver making $62,000 tomorrow and not reaching last year's market average until the year 2030 at step 10. Shouldn't we be aiming above a 10-year-old market average at that point? A 2-year firefighter promoting next year won't see their market average for another 8 years. Another range I have issues with is the lieutenant rank. Study market average is 93,000, with our current average at 70,000. Current plan creates a 4-year step plan starting at 85, which right now the study showed is the market minimum. They won't see the 2020 average until the year 2025, which is also the top payout position in the department. To be clear, that range is over once we hit the 2020 market average in 2025. Biggest problem is the decision to take tenure out of time for pay for some of the roles. 6-year lieutenant like myself will be making the same as a 1-week lieutenant come October, instead of being immediately moved to the maximum step 4 of the role as it should be. Mind you, once again, that step 4 for me would simply bring me to the market average found last year and isn't anything wild and crazy. So, got to cut it short. Thank you guys so much for listening to us. We really appreciate everything you do regardless, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. And like I said, the ongoing dialogue is so important. Like I said, these discussions change, they're ongoing. And so, having you part of the process as they evolve is very important. So we appreciate your ongoing involvement. Next, Mayor, we have Jeremy Stringer. If you please make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. And thank you very much for being here this evening.
My name is Jeremy Stringer. I live at 3908 Houston Lake Drive. That's in Town Lake Estates. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman, respected members. So my big thing is, first council meeting I've been to is, and obviously it's an important one for all Pearland homeowners, right? We are wanting to increase our water rate 9% from what the graph showed. So I remember the gentleman who presented stated that we don't want to go this up and down, but what I see is we're going up again. So I would just challenge the board, the council, all those involved is we want to raise it 9%, but we want to decrease our property tax, which is obviously great, like whatever it is, 1.175 if I remember correctly. What if we decrease that to make the money up, right? Finding different buckets to use to come up in lieu of just continuing to increase our water rates, right? I pay about $110 a month for water. I came from, as you saw on the graph, you said Pasadena. I came from Deer Park, where I paid $37 a month. So, and I'm not sure, and y'all probably have it in a lot of the detail that y'all provided to date, but really challenge what we can do to get our rates back down. Maybe part of that plan is eventually what we're planning to do with this this new plant that's going to eventually come online, and that's great if it's the case. But we're continuing to rise. I would just challenge the council to really think about how we can not, whether it be if we increase, if we can, sales tax, whatever we can do to help not put the burden on, especially as it was talked about the, lower income, middle income. Obviously, we have people that are, higher income that's, I saw that it showed like $6 to $12. Okay, that's for most people in this room. Most people outside of this room is probably not going to hurt coming up. But the point is let's try to minimize what we're trying to increase on the average homeowner, especially with all that's going on in our environment and everything in this day and age. So I appreciate y'all time. So like I said, for y'all to really consider how we can not increase that 9%. And as well as it's talked about, I think somebody else has talked about just verifying the costs along with that, is making sure that everybody on the council is in agreement with those actual costs. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer. And if we could, just to make sure that Mr. Stringer, I believe he had a question in there that if you stick around, we'll make sure that kind of gets explained, the difference between the funds. Thank you. Next, Mayor, we have Betty Oddish. If you could please make your way to the podium. I'll have the 3-minute timer there for you. Please state your name and address for the record. And thank you very much for making it down here this evening and giving us your input.
My name is Betty Oddish. I live in 1609 South Lago Vista Drive, Pearland, Texas, 77581. I live in a 55-plus community. I want to say that I'm one of the young ones there. But just to echo what has been said over and over and over. My biggest concern is the burden that this will put on seniors in Pearland. Yes, we do have a community that makes half of us, or half of the Pearland community, makes over $100,000 a year. That's great. But there is the other half that I would like all of you to consider, that we have a lot of single moms that live in Pearland, a lot of single dads that have children under the age of 18, and a lot of seniors. And our population, yes, we're getting a lot of young people to come in, but we still have a large senior community in Pearland. The average senior makes in Social Security between $16,200 to $27,600 a year. That's what my next door neighbor makes. She only lives off of her Social Security. So if you are planning to increase the water bill now to that 7%, 9%, 2%, 3%, whatever it is, it's going to affect my next door neighbor. So I'm almost speaking on behalf of the senior community of Pearland, because I would like all of you to consider that. Now, last year during COVID, I wish I would have seen all of my council members out there. I did see our mayor, Kevin Cole, before he became a mayor, front and center, delivering food to over 400 families that came every day. Not everybody has a high income in Pearland. I want you to keep that in mind. So any little bit that you raise here and there, it's affecting some of our community. And if you don't want to believe me, that's fine. Just go to First Baptist Church of Pearland, go to St. Andrew's or Cross Point Church, the three churches that were involved with delivering over 400 meals a day to all of the community. We were loading 40 pounds of food in every car. We had, I don't know how many gallons of milk, cartons of milk that we loaded, 400 gallons of milk for the families. So there's a lot of families in Pearland that cannot afford that little bit of raise. I would like to thank Council Owens for bringing up part of the waste of spending on the cars allowance. That going from 95,000 to over 150,000. Use that 60,000 and give it to the police department or to the fire department that needs it. I think that's a waste of money. There's a lot of people that commute from Baytown, from Deer Park, from everywhere that we heard that have a long commute. So if any of the city employees need to make meetings in the Houston area, they can pay for themselves or make a Zoom meeting. It's free. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if you heard me say thank you, so thank you for those comments. Appreciate that. Next, Mayor, we have Christine Collins. If you could please make your way up to the podium, if you're here this evening. Christine Collins. Okay. Not. Yep. All right. And Josh, did we ever get the virtual speaker, by the way? Just before we.
I'm not seeing them show up. No.
No? Okay.
No, sir.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes. No, not, okay. Then to conclude this evening's comments, Mayor, it looks like we have Mr. Jimmy Davis. So Mr. Davis, if you could please make your way up to the podium. State your name and address for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. And thank you very much for being here with us this evening.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combs Mill Street. On Friday, a spreadsheet was sent from the city manager to council regarding some questions about fiscal year 2020 actuals. On slide 66 from the August 14th presentation, we did get confirmation that slide did have some information that needed to be corrected. Revenue was reduced 51 million. We had a nice explanation why. Expenses were reduced 103 million. There was no explanation why that happened. So we saw a profitability swing of $53 million as a result of this. We are given a formula for a bond coverage ratio. One part of that is revenue less operating expenses. Apparently, a $53 million swing has no impact as cash equivalents, cash reserves, and bond coverage are unchanged. On that file, the presentation tab indicated that beginning and ending cash equivalents come from a rate model, and the reserve for debt service also matches to it. The rate model is not available for viewing. How do we know a typo wasn't made there? It's part of the publicly available budget. It should be available for us to view. We keep being told, trust the staff. Considering all the problems we've had and continue to have, trust has not been earned. We're now told the reserve for debt service has $6.3 million in it, but the same spreadsheet says that there's $9.58 million in that reserve. Why is that not reflected? On the same spreadsheet, we have two different balance sheets that said that receivables and utility receivables stayed the same, but we increased receivable allowances, well, I presume it's bad debt, more than 500%. Why? We also increased our utilities payable $600,000, but the accounts payable balance stayed the same. Why? Why in February 2021 we have a balance sheet saying our beginning cash equivalents as of 10/1/20 was $39.4 million, but this month we run a new balance sheet saying we started with $38.3 million. Where's the $1.1 million difference? On August 14, we were told we'd need $56.44 million in revenue for the fiscal year 2022 proposed budget to achieve 1.4 bond coverage. We're sent a slide later saying we need $62.75 million to meet 1.45x bond coverage. So an extra $6.31 million in revenue gets us 0.05x more bond coverage on $20.4 million of current debt service, plus proposed bond sale for the next year. Raf
Davis,
tells us we're...
If I could, if we could add an additional 2 minutes for him, he is speaking on behalf of a group. My apologies. Please continue.
Thank you. Raftelis produced an analysis of employees in meter to cash, and when comparing the head count to total customer accounts, we're at the second lowest. Ad hoc committee identified this as a high priority to be reviewed. Proposed budget seeks to add more headcount to the tune of almost $1 million for 10.5 employees and 4 vehicles. Some of these are for a facility that will require people to operate. We understand that, but not all of them. We purchased a new asset management software, and half the cost is allocated to enterprise fund. The budget's proposing database administrator with half the cost charged to the fund, as well as a GIS analyst. Public Works Administration, however, wants 75% of an asset manager in GIS tech to be applied to the enterprise fund. Why wouldn't they have 50% charged to it, just like the rest? We are business support, manager, supervisor heavy based on the Raftelis report. Maybe we can review our current staffing structure and do some moving around to fill even just one need without hiring more. I encourage and support council's thoughts of an RFQ for operating the new plant and encourage council to be the authors of the RFQ. All responses be sealed and council do the analysis. I do not believe it'd be appropriate for staff to be involved in it. We show we'll end the year with a 60% cash reserve when we have a 25% minimum policy. Could some of that money be used to offset the increase? Maybe take it to 45% reserves. We're currently the second most expensive city for a sit-down restaurant to have water and sewer service, and with the proposed rate increase, we'll take the top spot. I'm not sure that's something we want to be number one in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mayor, that concludes our speakers for the evening.
Okay, and because this is a public hearing, obviously we had several that did sign up to speak. I think it's appropriate to make one last call for anybody who wishes to address council on the budget. Ma'am, if you would just go to the podium, name your name and address for the record. We will give you one of the sign-up sheets just to make sure we record your name and address. Okay, thank you.
My name is Stephanie Hebert. I live at 2006 Isla Drive in Pearland. And I have a suggestion about the water. Currently, I am at the low income rate that that people make. And I do appreciate all of the food drives that have been had a massage therapist and personal trainer. And at COVID, my business has went away. On the water bill, I did see the increase, and I did notice that we got several bills per month at a certain time frame, which I've heard mentioned before. I use very little water in my clothes, my showers, and I use 1 bag of garbage per week, and my recycle goes out every 3 weeks. So I don't use a lot. And so I'm thinking I'm speaking on some of the senior citizens as well who don't use a lot of that resource. And there is some sort of, if you use, you have to pay a certain amount no matter what you use. So if you use under like 3,000 gallons or whatever the number is, you still have to pay the amount that they have. So if there was some way to make the water bill more adjustable for what you actually do use, that would be probably beneficial for a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hebert.
All right, Ms. Aber, thank you for that. And just one last call. Anyone else that would like to address council? All right, seeing none. Mr. Pearson, I think you said you were keeping a good log of questions.
Yes.
I know we were all taking notes as well, so if you would.
Right.
You
So,
or your
thank you, Mayor.
staff, yeah.
Yep, I tried to write some down, and then if you could help me out, Mayor. And we do have our work session coming up, and a lot of these things will be covered extensively there, and then we'll get into the council discussion. Two of the main things we need to get out of council tonight is some consensus on the class compensation implementation. So we've got a lot on that in the presentation. I'll probably set that aside, and then also the revenue structure increases necessary for the enterprise fund. But starting off just from the top, there's a question about who makes the list. So the staff experts who live with and administer the systems every day, they have a process where they make their requests, and those go to the budget office, and those are reviewed. It comes to our office. We have to reconcile and balance everything in terms of revenues and expenditures, and we make the recommendation to the council. So those are all, it starts with the line operations, the people that are responsible for the operations, to give us their best thinking and make that up. And we share that to you. The council sees the requests en masse, and then what is recommended from that we're able to fit within the budget. There's a question on PEDC, Pearland Economic Development Corporation, and one of their initiatives that was identified in the adopted Pearland Prosperity Plan for early stage workforce development. That PEDC money is one of those very specific funding sources that is mandated by state law on where they can spend monies. It cannot just go to operations or wherever we want. That's a state law. And so PDC is responsible for implementing the sales tax revenues, and that's follows from the strategic plan that the council adopts. The workforce development is something that was identified in the new Pearland Prosperity Plan as a community goal and investment that can be done to not only support businesses, but also grow future revenue for us and position Pearland as a place for those startup businesses to come to. The chamber is different. They are a membership organization. They're stick to their mission. I'm sorry.
I actually, Clay, before you go on, I did mean to say or do this under the citizens' comments, but the gentleman who was online or couldn't get online did send his comments in an email to us, and I would like to read those into the record. That way we have them captured as part of the public hearing. We can easily just pass them over, but I want to make sure that the public online as well as here could hear the comments. So I'm just going to read it for the record, okay? This is from Mr. Greg Nelson, 1617 Pinecrest Drive. I'm speaking against the proposed 9+% rate increase for water and sewer charges. An over 9% increase for Pearland's water and sewer rates is greater than any current measured rate of inflation and certainly far greater than a transitory inflation rate started by the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell last Friday. I urge the council to reject or at minimum review closely and question all the figures provided for this water and sewer enterprise fund. This department or enterprise fund does not have great credibility with the citizens of Pearland. This is the department which, one, citizens were told a rogue employee changed the billing period. Two, supervisors, city finance director, city manager didn't catch or identify this debacle for some time. The staff accountant or accountants didn't catch the debacle. The city's auditors didn't catch the debacle. The designed oversight for this department historically was non-existent. The city council then approved the 3230 plan recommended by the water and sewer department, the very group who created the mess. Hearing citizen feedback, the city council appointed a citizens panel to review the 3230 plan. Upon receiving this panel's 2-page findings, a recommendation, the water and sewer department wrote an approximate 30-page rebuttal. As I review my water bills for the past 5 years, there would be an approximate 3.6% annual increase, not the 5.48% for 15 years mentioned on page 38. Adding 9% atop the current rate is penalizing Pearland citizens for a poorly managed department. To the council members, you are the citizens' last check and balance to this budget. And that concludes his comment. I just wanted to make sure that was part of the record. So, and I meant to do that, Clay, before you started. So I apologize for interrupting.
Nope. So just to close out on that PDC question, as I said, the revenues there are restricted, and the recommendation is for implementing that workforce development program and startup. The chamber and others like the Greater Business Alliance Foundation, those are membership organizations and do not have the same, exact same. We work closely with both of those, obviously, but this is a separate and distinct initiative. As for the water plant, we'll get into that deeper, but that plant is well under construction. It's a major initiative. It is going to be producing water into the system early 23. The recommendation is to gradually bring up the resources, combination of contracts and staff that is built into this budget. But people need to be here to at the mid 22 plus to be able to get familiarized. There'll be a shakedown of the operation so that they're testing the water well before it's put into the system and requirements, so we can get into that more deeply. The natatorium, it is a 20-year facility, 20-year-olds, right? Gary, help me. And so the AC units in there need to be replaced, and it's a major capital investment, we know, but that should be no surprise that those need to be replaced, and the operation does meet its targets, probably but for COVID times, in terms of memberships and usage, and it's multi-purpose.
On that, Clay, I think one of the questions was, or one of the comments or questions was, we were using the same contractor,
no,
the 3.5, and I wanted to address that.
Yes, so that work has not been bid out yet, but it'll be design and spec, and it'll be a new system that will not be, quote unquote, the same contractor. Thanks. There's a question about the steep increase in water revenues. We'll show that again, but the 9% is for this year, but it's been 4 years since we've had any substantive changes in that. But the prior years were, the herky-jerky of the hires and then many years of zeros, despite all the other changes. And it's really been driven by the capital improvements, which are fixed, and the debt service requirements for that. So there's not much flexibility towards that. There is some, and we've outlined implications for that to stay above the bond covenants, and you'll see that in the next group. As far as the car allowances, that's a part of several key positions, and their existing compensation. It is not accurate that it's gone up 60,000. The actual numbers are 200,000 in 19, 215 in 20, and budget for 200,000, actually a little bit less in 21. I'm sorry, 1 year on top of that, so 22. So there's no dramatic changes in that whatsoever. Accounting for water. Do you remember what that question was? I just sketched out something.
Well, there was one question by Mr. Stringer, and he was talking about the increase in water rates, but we're having a decrease in property tax. And I think there was a question of maybe doing something with on the property tax side, and maybe even changing where money gets moved and ultimately keeping the rate lower or at zero or something to that effect. You might want to explain, obviously we have the general fund and then we have the enterprise fund.
Right.
And maybe explain how those dollars aren't commingled and how we do that.
Sure. And so, as you said, Mayor, the enterprise fund, water and sewer, is completely supported by the ratepayers. Property taxes are different, and that pays for police, fire, public works, parks and recreation, and those are accounted for differently. There are transfers back and forth, and there's cooperation and there's synergies in certain areas. During events, we can, move people, but we still account for their time in the appropriate place. So it's.
So you might want to explain a transfer, for example, your time or the city engineer's time, those types of things, because I know, part of your work week is spent in.
Yeah. So any of the overhead, if you will, administration, payroll, accounting. There's a transfer. Charged to the enterprise fund operation for that, just like any other business. So that is charged out. IT, substantial efforts there. And within the enterprise fund, I think this is what I was trying to write down, but there's a lot of words out there, but the accounting for the enterprise fund is different and required to be. Depreciation is accounted for in the enterprise operation and isn't a cash expense, but is accounted for. Another one is how we pay debt service. It's not a cash expense, but it's a reduction in liability, and that's been shared and shown to the council and others. How that's done, so it's all done properly, and then we budget for on an annual basis. So it doesn't change the outcomes in terms of needing the revenue in there, and we look at that, we account for that. It's reviewed in the outside auditors. Then we go for the credit ratings. They've got their own metrics and math and how they take those same numbers and use those. So that's all done properly. So that's what I wrote down. Eric or Amy, if I missed anything. Mayor, did I miss anything else? And then, Mayor, as I said, we do have the whole workshop presentation. But I know you wanted me to try to hit some of the cues from the.
Yeah, and I know we had questions from our firefighters tonight about pay, and I think we that's one thing that we've got to address tonight in our workshop is give clear direction to council to staff once and for all about the compensation plan and where we go with that. In addition to all that, what I wanted to do was then go ahead and I guess not recess, but finish our public hearing and then go into the actual budget discussion or the workshop, because I know staff has some additional presentation on some of the questions that we had last week. In addition to some of the questions may help even clarify further some of the questions that were asked. For example, one of the questions up front was what exactly goes into the 9% increase. I know that's part of what would be in the discussion, and we can get into that a little bit more, and then council will have our opportunity to give input and discussion and those types of things. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the budget public hearing and then move into new business item number 2, and that is the fiscal year 2022 budget discussion number 3, and turn it over to staff for their presentation. And again, I know we had questions last week, and I know some of that is geared up to answer some of those questions. In addition to it will help with some of the citizens' questions.
Exactly. So, Mayor, I'll start out with our CFO, Amy Johnson, and she's going to start off our presentation, and then she'll hand it off to others. So.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. I just wanted to give a brief overview to the council and kind of set the stage for where we are in the budget process and how far we've come. This is tonight's budget schedule. We're here for our first and only public hearing on the budget and our budget discussion number 3. So we initially started out with our proposed tax rate ceiling just under the no new tax rate, which was 0.735484. That was the level we set to give council some room if they wanted to have any level of increase over what we currently are at to fund their council priorities. The budget was drafted with a tax rate of 0.708250, and that is what staff has brought forth as a recommendation to council. That's lower tax rate than we currently have. And again, this provides approximately $2.7 million in O&M between the two rates, between the staff proposed and the max tax ceiling. We started with our budget workshop in February. The departments helped the budget office compile $1.24 million in one-time supplemental requests just for the general fund. And before we ever brought a draft to council, staff worked together to bring that down to $685,000 in requests for one-time supplementals. And that was again brought with a tax rate decrease. There were 61 positions requested back in February in the general fund, and we have gotten that down to the 7.5 that we proposed to you at the last 2 budget discussions. And every funded request that we have brought forward to council can be tied back to the council priorities. So I just wanted to make that clear. I also wanted to take a moment to brag on our budget staff. They've done an incredible job bringing the budget in on time, working incredible hours with staffing levels at 60%. We've had some turnover in our budget department. As everyone is aware, we have had a brand new finance team brought in over the last year to 18 months to navigate the process. All of our folks have extensive industry experience, but working together in the city of Pearland way. It's been fun, but there have been some bumps in the road as we've kind of learned to work together through COVID and learning our own staff and bringing everybody together. So we're trying really hard to make sure that the right hand is speaking to the left hand, and we're trying really hard to work on our communication with other staff members and with the public. We've tried to deliver the answers to council in advance and very thoroughly. I know since the last workshop, we've answered over 50 council inquiries, researched those thoroughly, and tried to bring you guys the answers that you're seeking so you can make the best decisions on behalf of the residents. And all the work has brought us here to tonight, where we held our our only public hearing as required by state law for the budget. And we will have the first and second readings of the budget on September 13th and 27th, respectively. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to the budget officer, Eric Roach.
Thank you very much. So tonight we are giving updates on sort of the ongoing questions and the big picture items in the budget. All of the previous presentations, write-ups, things that council have seen, that information is all available in one place online at the FY22 budget development site. We try and get that updated the day after the presentation is given. So if you would like more context on some of these items that we're only talking about kind of at the tail end here, that's where I would go to get that information. Starting off, we've been asked about how has our number of employees, our full-time equivalencies as we call them, number of full-time employees grown compared to our population growth here in Pearland, right? Pearland grew pretty exponentially for a while. In the general fund, so this is the people paid for with your tax dollars, we had a 32% change in population from FY12 to FY22. And then on the staffing side of things, you see a 33.5% change in the number of FTEs. Now, the populations are always estimates from the census. This does use the latest census information that came out for redistricting. But in general, I'm comfortable saying that on the general fund side of things, our population has, our number of employees in the general fund has tracked population growth over time. On the right, you can see how it plays out on a per resident basis, kind of hanging around that 5.55 to 5.6 figure. This year, we are requesting 7.5 new FTEs to be added to the general fund. It's helpful to put this in context with what have we added in the past. So here you see the additions in FTEs every year since FY12, which we just went back. If you can go back further, it doesn't all fit on the page as nicely as FY12 to present. You can see that typically we're adding around 10 employees a year. This year is actually a relatively small increase compared to the number of positions we have added in the past. So the question comes up is, of the positions we have added, right? If you add all these numbers up, you get 175.75 new employees added to the general fund. 75% of these, or 131 employees, were added to our public safety groups, right? This is going to be your fire and police departments, right? And when you hire firefighters, you bring on a new truck. You can't just hire one or two. You got to hire a whole crew. So you see, the numbers kind of spike around for fire, and you see consistent investments in the police department as well, bringing new officers online. The other 25% of employees in the general fund have been added in a few different areas. So what we call general government here in the upper left, this is going to be your HR departments, your IT departments, your finance departments, kind of those groups internally that help keep things running. You can see the positions that have been added there a little bit over time. You can see the Public Works and Engineering group has had positions added over time. You can see community services and as well as parks. Parks, you actually see we decrease the number of FTEs overall there, and that's why the access dips to -1 for a couple of years. Another way to look at this in total, right, since FY12 through today, right, including the positions that we are proposing to add in this year's budget, 131 positions have been added to public safety. And then between 6 and 13 have been added to those other categories. This is the total general fund population. We also, last time we met, talked about how do we compare versus other cities. I wanted to bring that back. You can see here a number of other cities. These are the cities we used in Evergreen's compensation and classification study because they're good comparisons. You can see we're very similar to Conroe. We're to the left of this chart. We're a fairly lean organization on the general fund side. League City, Friendswood, and Pasadena are in gray because they have volunteer fire departments. They're not super comparable to us, a lot of employees in fire departments. But, we, again, are a lean operation. Our staff do a lot of work. So in conclusion, right, like I said, we're lean. We're not heavy on the employee side compared to other jurisdictions in the area. Where we have added staff, it's been overwhelmingly for public safety, 75% of it. And the 7.5 new FTEs proposed for FY22 is the smallest increase in FTEs that we've had in over a decade. So council, last time we talked, asked for some further prioritization of the positions being requested. We've accomplished this, and right now, just talking about the general fund, it's really important that we keep the discussion between the general fund and the enterprise operations separate. If you start to commingle them, it can get kind of confusing, especially in terms of follow-up of what you'd like staff to do. On the general fund side, you can see that we have 7.5 FTEs. You can see that we've split several here. In this middle column, you might see a 0.25, right? The other 0.75 to get to their full-time position is charged to the enterprise fund because that employee spends 3/4 of their time working on enterprise fund operations. So it makes sense to fund them using water and sewer charges, and then only 1/4 of their percent is funded by taxpayer dollars. You can see we've outlined 6 positions that are very high priority for the city, along with their cost. A lot of this police officer's cost is one-time startup costs associated with vehicle purchase. That's going to be about $72,000. Equipment like ammunition and tasers and things like that. I don't want people thinking that our police officers make $184,000. The other thing that I really must point out, the reason this is 0 for this engineering and capital project position is these engineers, we charge them to our capital projects. So they sit in the general fund. That's where you see them in the budget. But as they do work, they charge the projects. So it's not really taxpayer dollars through the general fund that are funding that position. So cutting it doesn't have a net effect on the general fund at the end of the day because it will be charged out. You can also see here we gave some other categories, right? This animal shelter attendant is a medium priority. It could be delayed to mid-year, sort of when that facility is coming online. This is for the new animal shelter, which is much larger and, has been part of the plan is when we complete this, we'll need to staff it up. The GIS analyst for IT, as well as the GIS tech for Public Works. These are sort of split positions again. These can wait until mid-year if the council so chooses. And then we have marked the senior office assistant for the police department as our lowest priority as council asked us to prioritize them. There were many, many other positions before this our CFO touched on. I think we had like 50 to 60 some total positions requested. So we're talking about the 7.5 that we prioritized to bring forward to council. Now we're further prioritizing that. So the rest of those positions were lower priority than even these 7.5. Compensation and classification is certainly a big topic. I have the director of HR here with me today. There she is behind me, and she's going to be helping me out giving this presentation. I hope we can bring some clarity and some options to council. So with that, I'm going to kick it to our HR director. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. So with the comp and class study, it helps the city to structure roles and pay plans competitively so that we can retain and attract talent here at the city. The city has been on an open pay plan for decades, with exception to our police department, who are civil service and have been on a step plan for a while. Based on City Council's feedback, we are presenting step plans for all non-exempt employees. This transition is a huge investment for our biggest asset, our staff. So we're presenting two options. First one being 100% of the market with a 10% cap on tenure transition. And the second option proposed by council is 100% market with no cap for tenure transition. Thank you. All right, so clarifying what FY22 currently includes. So we will be spending or budgeting or asking for $4.3 million in straight salary increases, including comp and class and overtime. Additional $379,000 increase for new positions. We're also asking for $500,000 for sick leave buyback and bilingual certification pay established with parameters. We also look at and realize that increased salaries also increase benefits by $1 million, and an additional benefit increase for new positions is $150,000. So the comp and class options. So with the 100% market with 10% cap, it's a recognition that changes need to be made. But it's not all strategic in nature. And so with the 10% cap, we would have to plan out something in terms of developing a phased-in approach to get people where they need to be in the next couple of years. The fire department employees moving to step 1 on the plan will receive additional increases in future years, beginning in FY 2023, to move them to their market rate. And this was done to smooth the cost of the increase over a few fiscal years rather than absorb it all within one budget. The other option, which is proposed by council, is no cap for tenure transition. And the removal of the cap directly addresses the concerns we heard from employees and adjusts every employee to the market rate according to Evergreen Solutions, which was a data-driven study. And the update will place employees in a step based upon their experience. So this slide shows the current base pay for our lieutenants and a proposed increase for lieutenants' base pay. So keep in mind, off to the right, you'll see there's a min and max, which is the current base rate. This does not include overtime, does not include certification pay. And then proposed with a minimum of the new $85,000 and a maximum proposed at $93,000 per year. And that rate does not include as well overtime as well as certification pay as indicated earlier. It is just base rates that are displayed here. Now on the next slide here, This demonstrates a potential increase for our staff members. So you look at the first line where someone's current pay is $72,000. With Evergreen's recommendation, they would move to the step of the $85,000 step within the plan. With the council's request of having no cap whatsoever, this individual has 4 years in their current position. And if we move into 100% market without the cap, they'll be transitioning from $72,000 over to $93,000 a year for a 28.5% increase. So with Evergreen's recommendation, this is on base salary alone, it is $270,000 just for the fire lieutenants. And then with the city council's request, that increased to $380,000 for base salary only. So Evergreen also vetted the driver operator position for market rate and standards. Staff agrees with the recommendation that was put forth by Evergreen Solutions. And when you look at the driver operator position, it is a firefighter with added responsibilities. And with the additional responsibilities, they're granted up to 10% increase for the lead tasks. The DO does not have the responsibility for hiring, corrective action, or termination. So with that, we have reviewed the market adjustments and support the updates from Evergreen Solutions, and further changes will impact other positions with regards to the pay plan structure. As a part of Comp and Class, we also looked at the paramedic role within the city. This position has minimal incumbents with 1 full-time employee and 2 part-time remaining in the fire department. The city no longer hires paramedics since we've combined the role into a firefighter with paramedic and EMT certifications. All paramedics are able to transition to a full-time firefighter position, and upon departure of any paramedic, the city will backfill them with a firefighter. And so with the requested changes, the paramedic will transition to a 12-step plan. And as you can see with the current plan, the starting rate for the role is $15.99 with a maximum of $23.98. And with the new proposal and moving to market rate, that transitions to $22.84 and a maximum of $31.61. And one paramedic we currently have is testing to become a firefighter, which is absolutely great news. So during the last meeting, there was questions around showing the math for police officers. So we were able to get this information from Evergreen Solutions, including the 13 peer cities. And this information is a snapshot in time from June 2021. And as indicated here, the largest differential without the adjustment for geographical cost of living was 6.1%. Once that was applied across all the cities, then the biggest gap was 3.4% with regards to the starting officer's salary. The next slide displays with the proposal of the 4.5% increase, it positions our officers ahead of the market at every sworn position, which is the police officer, sergeant, lieutenant, as well as captain.
I always get to talk about the fun part, the cost, right? So on the left is the plan as it's currently built into the budget. So the FY22 proposed budget reflects what you see on this left side here. The comp and class plan is an additional $2.5 million in salaries about when you add in the cost of benefits, which are about 30%, you come up to $3.2 million in additional cost to implement this version of the plan. This provides room in the budget to add staff that are needed, right? We don't ask for staff unless we really do feel they are needed and will help our productivity. And again, no adjustment needs to be made to the current budget if this is the plan that council would like to implement. The current budget reflects this. Council asked the question, what would it look like to bring everyone to market rate and slot them in their slots according to tenure? So if they've been here 3 or 4 years, they would be slotted at step 3 or 4, correct, Ms. James?
That is correct.
That is what you see reflected on the right side here. This is just for the general fund, but it does cover most of our employees because that's our largest pocket of employees. So instead of the 2.5 million figure, it becomes 3.9 million. And after benefits, it was 3.2 is the plan on the left. You're looking at 5.1. So this would be an additional expense of close to $1.9 million. And this is important to note, a recurring expense. So next year it is going to happen again and again and again, as you always do with salaries and benefits. So before we get on to the enterprise fund, we'd like feedback. And one of the things we need from council tonight is to really have final direction on which plan do we want to go with. Do we want to go with option 1, which has that 10% cap built in, and we transition employees to the steps where they would like to be at an accelerated pace over the coming years, and we kind of spread the cost around? Or do we do option 2 and implement it all at once? The costs are reflected on the previous slide. With that, I will return the presentation back to City Manager Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think it'd be appropriate to throw it back to you to try to get some honing in on some of the issues we've laid out here. Thank you.
Okay. And what I'm going to ask council to do, let's keep our comments on the general fund side. That way we're focused here. I know we also have comments and questions and more input on the enterprise fund as well. So we'll have a second round coming through to talk about the enterprise fund. But so if we could, let's keep our comments to this. Specifically, I guess up front, everybody's thoughts and comments on comp and class, 10% cap or no cap specifically, and that way we can give staff that direction. So we'll open up to council.
Yeah, I guess I would start by asking how many positions, and I might have missed that, but how many positions are currently being capped? We have a number there. Obviously, there are some people that, like, this isn't for all 800 employees, but.
I don't have an exact number as to how many being capped, but not all 800 are being capped because some people are well positioned with regards to their current ranges.
Sure. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out kind of what the exact nature of the problem is. And I appreciate we've had a lot of education on that from some of our employees coming up and sharing these specific problems. But at a macro level, I guess I'm trying to understand, is this, are half of the city employees being capped, or is this pretty much, are there a lot of people that we really need to catch up? They're like over 10% off, or is this concentrated amongst just a few people who, for whatever reason, those particular positions fell really far behind, and we're trying to catch up this really targeted group? I think.
If I could interject, I think I just want to clarify some of the language used.
Sure.
We're catching the positions up to the market, 100%. Sure. It's the people within that, if they had 4 years, what have you, that's that gap on slide 27. And the dollar amount would be the 1.9 million. We don't have the number of people that would affect, but the positions are being caught up. Does that make sense, or?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I guess what I'm just trying to determine.
So I think what you're asking is, of the positions, we have 800 and something employees. Of the position, is it 20% of the position?
Right. Are most people, I mean, most people weren't 10% under market in the step. Again, as we've discussed, I mean, we had a very elaborate comp and class study. Appreciate the thoroughness there, but there's a lot there, and it's complicated. I don't think like a huge majority of the city were that far under, or sorry, let's say a huge majority of the positions were, greater than 10% under the market. Is that fair to say?
So again, I got to try to be precise about this. So the positions aren't being held back by the 10%. Positions are being brought up. It's the people within those positions. In the example, the firefighter, the lieutenants, that lieutenant range is being brought up to market, 100%. Within that, and that's where the gap comes. They've got individuals, people that have 2 years tenure, 5 years tenure, et cetera, and that's where the cap kicks in because Otherwise, it's another $1.9 million to make this transition.
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah, I understand. I guess, yeah, I just wanted a sense of how many people this would affect. I guess maybe the first to get, and you know, since it's such a large number compared to, we're bringing up everyone else to market, and that's, if we could go back to that slide showing what option 1 and option 2 are. Yeah, I mean, like going to 100% of market costs 3.2, and then it seems there's such a delta still that it costs another 1.9 to remove the cap. I guess just frankly speaking, that was a lot higher than what I anticipated it would be. It's like such a big proportion of what it costs to catch up the entire rest of the city. It just, you know, makes me have the question, how many people are being impacted by this? Because it makes me think maybe more than I initially anticipated. Like, not just we hone in on a few positions, right? And say, you know, fire lieutenant, for example. But it seems like it might be impacting, it's either impacting a lot more people than I thought, or the people that it is impacting, they're just really far off.
So probably a combination of that, because you saw in the lieutenant example that it was what, 200,000 for just that set. And that's just seven people in that position out of all of them. So that is probably on the higher end, right?
Got it. And I understand this will be based on current and future budgetary choices that we make. But I guess, what is our overall thought on, you know, if we are going to commit to doing right by this study and implementing this study fully, how long would it take us to, you know, what's our plan if we were to just go with the 10% cap? How long do we think it will take us to make up this additional 1.9?
Good question. I think, Lorraine, if you could answer that, I mean, how would we get towards that?
And I think there's some concern to address. You know, it's kind of like this, it's the dog chasing the car, that by the time we catch up to where it is now, you know, we have to do another market study and kind of reevaluate. So I guess for the folks who are, you know, currently being impacted by this, kind of what's the assurance that if we're disciplined up here, we are able to catch up, and kind of what's the overarching plan to do that?
The goal of the common class plan is not to put a Band-Aid on it. It's more or less to address the long-term strategy to ensure that all employees are caught up to market. And so in order for us to get there, implementing a 10% cap with a phased-in approach will be the best appropriate option. And that will be something that I will have to work with Evergreen on to see what it looks like year over year to make sure that we can encompass that within our plan on an annual budget.
Gotcha. So I guess it's kind of a question mark still. We couldn't say by this date we think everybody's going to be okay. So I guess my next kind of question would be, and I know this is a little difficult, but if the council today were to allocate some of it to say, you know, we don't have the 1.9, but we want to make like a good faith down payment on achieving this, would there be some kind of equitable way of doing that? You know, cognizant of all the research that went into the comp and class, that there's compression issues, there's these spans and layers issues. Would there be a way to say we're going to get part of the way there starting now, or is that not something that we see as being feasible?
So I would say yes, and that would be to advance, you know, the catch up. And so, you know, if we came back and said, you know, the plan is going to be to move people that have more tenure within that range, to move them up 2 at a time.
Right.
If you said, you know, you've got another $1 million or something like that, we would say, well, instead of the 10% cap, we're going to move people up, you know, whatever. We figure out a way to make that work and advance people on that. So can you move to the lieutenant?
While they're looking at that, I was thinking again, we have a 10% cap, and then we remove the cap, but what's an increment of a 15% cap?
Right. What would that
as
cost?
an example? What would that cost? And is that the majority of the 19 or the 1.9?
Exactly.
Or is it split?
What was that distribution?
So
no, I think that's exactly right.
Yep. So if I can interject, so Mayor's exactly right, and what you're saying is true. It would be, instead of moving it all the way from the assigned step base, and instead of getting all the way to the 100% market without it, so we'd move positions instead of like, you know, to position 2 step or something like that, and just find that equilibrium where if you had $1 million, where it runs out across the city organization.
And the other thing that I have in mind is it just seems extremely inequitable that you would have, and like we were aware of this, right? But that you would have someone come and start at a position, and they would make just as much money as someone who's been in that position for multiple years. And so I guess if there's a way to, I guess you could move someone up to the next step, which is what we're just saying. But if there was a way that we could at least incrementally address that to create some kind of
so this whole plan is very pro-employee, and we're appreciative of the consideration. But yeah, you're right. I mean, but to get to that extra $1.8 million recurring.
So I get that's what I'm saying. If you were to say we don't have $1.8 million, but you have 500,000, would we be able to use that to create some dispersion between the salary of somebody who was in the same position who was on step 1 versus step 4?
Whatever was added to that, we'd start to advance people. So if somebody had 8 years, we'd have to figure out something that they start at step 2 or something like that. So some, but not total.
Right. I think that's kind of where I'm gravitating towards. I don't think to look at it as option A or option B. I think it's difficult to imagine that we go and pull $1.9 million on this stuff. But I also hear the concerns of the people here and think that they're legitimate and think if we want to say that we're actually committed to this, that we could make some kind of down payment on it. And of course, knowing that there's going to be a lot of future study and work going into how are we going to get there fully. But if we were able to make some kind of down payment tonight, if that's logistically feasible.
So I know you're the first speaker, but the only marker I'll put down is we really need to know what the sense of the council is for that number. If that's the way you go, I'm not saying that the first speaker gets it, but so we can run that, because you can imagine the complications of trying to figure that out. And we can't do 17 different iterations of this. So
sure. So I will pass it off with that, and assuming I have some other comments on the general fund, I think, but I think we want to
go ahead.
Well, do we not
It's
want
all
to
on the
keep this
general
more
fund.
kind of focused
I want to make sure that we're doing the comp and class, but also on the general fund. So go ahead and have your.
So I'll just say that's where I'm at on the comp and class, that I would be in favor of kind of striking something in between those two options as a good faith down payment on achieving the rest of the comp and class study. But I am open to getting the feedback of my fellow council members and figuring out something along that. Just had a couple of other comments I wanted to share. First, really appreciate all staff's work. Really appreciate everyone who came out here and spoke. This is big and important, and this is all great information for us. Just two quick things. I think we did a good job in this presentation and in the packet we received of incorporating kind of the big 6 strategic priorities, just like the safe community, the resilient finances. I also wanted to see if we could, before we close out this budget, kind of the shorter and medium term priorities that we established at our council term retreat. I see a lot of good stuff in here that I think is working towards those. But I just wanted, that's kind of when I sent my question, that's kind of what I was referring to. And so if we could just see that in a future iteration, I think that'd be helpful.
Absolutely. Happy to document that.
And then the only other thing I wanted to kind of put a flag down on is we had some discussion here on the asset recapitalization plan. And I know there's some good progress here. I think we're expecting some white papers later this year. But for me, I really think this is one of the, if not the single biggest kind of existential challenge to Pearland remaining a prosperous city, is just making sure we have good bones, making sure that we continue to do right, not just by our employees and keeping their pay competitive, but keeping our streets and sidewalks competitive, keeping our IT infrastructure competitive, keeping our city fleet, and everything else that falls in the bucket of $1.5 billion of city assets, fixed assets that we own. I think that's going to be really critical. And so I just want to make sure that we keep our eye on that ball. Of course, that's one of our shorter and medium term priorities as well. But I appreciate the work that's gone into that, and would just say that's kind of another thing. We're talking about this employee, the fact that we are now catching up our employee pay as this large issue. This is another thing that should be on our radar that we all know about. We've known about streets and sidewalks for a long time. We've known about facilities and a lot of these things for a long time. We're going to have to make investments there as well if we want to continue to remain a great city. So look forward to the additional data that we receive on that later this year, but just want to make sure that's something that stays front of mind. So thank you. Thanks for putting this together. And as was mentioned, all the answers to the questions that have been very speedy coming back to us. And thanks everybody for spending your Monday night up here and making sure we have good government. Really appreciate it all.
Member Carbo.
Thank you, Mayor. To the two options, I can get comfortable somewhere in the middle, like Councilman Orlando mentioned. Only way I could get comfortable with option 1 is if we did have a plan to get the tenured folks where they need to be. I mean, the 10% cap gives them a decent raise, but in practice, we've underpaid them for 4+ years. and now we're saying hang on a little bit longer. So if we do as a body get to option one, then I want to see something besides a footnote saying we're going to develop a plan to move them towards market in the future. If Eric, if you can go back to slide 15, in there, the note next to the IT database administrator, it says 0.75 FTE. Should that be 0.5?
Yeah, I mathed wrong. I'm sorry.
And so on this, in terms of where to find some additional dollars, I think that first line is probably a good starting point. The high priorities, and we can debate this later, but I have a hard time looking at the top of the list, and maybe we can argue about the location on the list, but I think the easier ones are the lower and medium priorities that we can punt, at least in the general fund. And then slide 26, I guess 25 and 26. So on I guess if you go to 26, what we're saying here is after the current proposed budget, these are the percent ahead of market. And this is all per Evergreen's market study, right?
That is correct. Excuse me.
And do we have any of this the 10% parity or 10-year cap issue on the PD side?
No, theirs were a little bit more simple because they're already on a step plan and they weren't converting from an open pay plan to a step plan. So with them, it's all encompassing. So if it's a 4.5%, it's a 4.5% across the entire plan.
Okay. All right. That's all I had for now, Mayor.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. A few things. Well, one question real quickly, I guess, that I don't think was maybe answered. It was a question that was buried in one of the comments earlier, Mayor, was maybe if staff could really quickly, and I know this is not general fund related, but it was, something was posed, maybe explain why base rates exist for utility billing. Just, I think that might help answer a question that was posed earlier.
Lady that left.
Yeah.
So the whole rate system, we've moved several years ago to a volumetric with a base. And the idea, and this is, I think, majority of the utilities, from what I recall when we looked at this years ago, follow this. You pay for a certain amount, 6,000 gallons. And the idea is that there's a cost to the system for availability. That everybody needs to partake in, whether it's, on the low end of that or not, whether you draw that or not from one month to another. And so that's what's built in there. And then there's tiers beyond that for, as a recognition of the larger amounts that have to be built into the system to make that available beyond that.
So I guess we can kind of,
And I believe it's 0 to 2250 currently as the base rate. 0 to 2250 in gallons.
0 to 2290, sir.
2290, excuse me. And so if you have no usage, you're still being billed the base rate. If you have
2289.
2289, you had the same bill. And once you start going over that, you get into the tiered rates. Okay. Yeah,
That's
for the
correct,
record,
sir.
that's right. Ms. Aber asked that question.
Yes, Mayor. And I think that goes back to Member Orlando's point of just talking about, thinking ahead about maintaining our systems. That's very important. So thank you for providing that clarity. So if we can pull up the fire lieutenants slide where we've got the with the overtime, not this one, but the other one. Yeah, there we go. I was just looking at this, trying to put myself in their shoes, and also kind of looking at the amount. It looks like we've got about $270,000 in overtime pay here. If we were to kind of push the people who currently are in these positions to, let's say, one of the step 4, the max pay of 93, and take that 270 to hire additional staff, as it looks like we need it because we have so much overtime pay. I'm trying to think that would obviously take their gross income down. So if they're making 100-something thousand now, and we bring on additional employees and take them to 93, they would see potentially like a $10,000 decrease maybe in what they're
So
making? Is that
the scheduling of that is much more complicated, and I'd hate to make any generalities because there is a fixed amount of fixed overtime, and we looked. Council may recall, I think you're on a couple years ago. We had a lot more mandatory overtime. When we were bringing up the people, that's I'm not aware of what that amount is right now, and we need to quantify that. But there's still going to be a decent amount of OT that's going to be in these positions no matter what. So
okay?
I wouldn't get too carried away that that's going to be a magic answer for any of this. So
Sure. Yeah. I just wanted to, to me, I'm looking at this, and that's what I would think. So, I try to.
I didn't mean that quite as derogatory.
So yeah, and I was just looking at that and just trying to, I guess, put that out into the open as far as what that would do and where that potentially is. Remember, Orlando pointed out trying to find additional dollars to put towards some type of a incremental transition, I suppose, which is what this is, but maybe a little bit faster to speed that up.
So that's on the options, option 1 versus option 2?
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to get into the mindset of, where we would potentially get dollars to do that kind of blended approach, which I guess would be the 1.5, where Member Carbone also said maybe he would be in favor of something like that.
It'd be a form of option 2, but
Yeah, not 100% all the way there, but trying to find some way to get them at least accelerated in the plan. And then I kind of had another kind of just general fund question regarding the excess, and I was kind of maybe given this illustration that initially we had we showed revenue at the end of this budget of 1 point something million. Is that correct? And I guess that's been drawn down to pay for the.
So when you asked me that question earlier today, I misspoke. So can you go that in mind, the summary slide, the big picture one?
it was like it
Yeah.
was in that one.
I'm glad you mentioned that because when you asked me this afternoon, I had one number in my head and I didn't give you the right
That's
one.
okay. I mean, it came up and I wrote it down. So
that's good. So the big picture towards
There it is. Whoop.
that one.
There it is.
Yep. So the 229 is revenues over expenditures. That's what I was referring to.
Yep.
The council we have over the fund minimum of that 1.988. So, but that's, over and above our rainy day, for a stormy day.
right. So even if that were not there, we'd still be above the policy minimum.
Correct. Exactly. If you spent $2 million on one-time things, we'd still be at our policy minimum.
And so this is separate then from the contingency that was one of the line items in there, and that was the separate
That's built into the
built
red
into the budget. So
expenditures.
this is additional. Okay. So I'm just the question would be kind of if we went more towards just trying to have a true balanced approach to this, be revenue neutral, kind of what that would look like, to kind of offset. And I realize, Mayor, and my apologies, but to the point earlier of trying to, make it at the end of the day, the simple illustration, I guess, for the taxpayer is the money's coming out of their pocketbook, whether it's going towards an increase in water rate or in property taxes. So if we were to take that and we'd still be above our policy minimum, what that would do maybe, I guess, to the overall tax rate. But that was, you don't have to answer that now. I just wanted to.
So just to be clear, though, to the current class and comp, really what I'd strongly suggest is that you're looking at that 229 to, if you want to make a down payment on that, as the first little bit, it'd be that 229 because that's recurring revenue. But
Got it. Okay. Well, I would be in favor, like I said, I'd be on board with Member Orlando's proposition, and it sounds like Member Carbone echoed that sentiment. So we can just find out what that would look like, bring that back. That's all I had, Mayor.
Okay. Member Camcar?
I just been struggling a lot with this budget. To answer your question, Mayor, I'm a blend of option 1 and 2, which you've kind of heard here.
Calling it a 2-ish.
Fair enough. I've just been struggling with what is, God's will. I can't turn on the TV and not hear about Afghanistan. I can't come to this meeting without hearing that we have people risking their lives every day, going to go in a burning building, and they feel their blood is cheap. I'm struggling. God does not speak to me maybe as clearly as he does some of the people in this room. But when I see some of these firefighters over here, I see I don't see the will of God. I see the arms of God. I see the legs of God willing to come and save you, maybe your grandmother, maybe somebody. And I struggle. When I look at these police officers over here, I don't see police officers. I see the shield of God. When you need him the most, maybe you're in a gigantic bad car wreck and the first person comes to you is a police officer telling the other guys to move around you and you're shook up. You're maybe not all there. Maybe somebody is looking for a criminal, and these are the guys that bring you justice, maybe God's justice. And I just struggle to think that we don't hire the people and then be willing to pay them. I hear this gentleman here tell me about how he leaves his kid 2 or 3 days at a time, and he looks at it, his kid, his little me, and is willing to do it for a very low amount of money. And what we're sending the message to everybody else in the city is go work somewhere else. Your life is cheap. And I struggle with that. I struggle real hard. And what we're ultimately talking about is a small amount of money, an insignificant amount of money towards what is a city that is trying to spend $100 million. It is an insignificant amount of money from what is going around in our pockets, but what we're telling certain people is their blood is cheap. When we were at the winter storm, and people got into a place that didn't have heat to try to turn the water on, and they're away from their families, their blood is cheap. They could have spun out on a black ice and killed themselves, and nobody would have come and rescued them because we were all hunkered down. And so I'm struggling on what this is going to be, what the number is going to be. I have a proposal here in my hand. We are essentially giving $2.4 million in wages, which is essentially a 3.8% raise. And if we just don't hire as many people as we need to, we can go and add another almost $900,000 and actually give wages an increase that is reasonable. I've got down here at the very bottom who those people are and what their wage number is, and we can do it tonight. And we can actually give the people who are willing to risk their lives a livable increase that's not gobbled up by the grocery store, isn't gobbled up by Nike, isn't gobbled up by the gas station. That's what we're doing. We're essentially giving you an increase that's going to get gobbled up before it even hits your paycheck. And that's where I'm at, Mayor. We need to put $900,000 into these people's pockets, spread across everybody. I know for the fire folks, it's not enough. They need 1.8 to get straight. I don't know if we're going to get 1.8. These guys don't even want to give 900,000. We're going to get 900,000. We need to. It's right here. Math is here. It's in front of our face. It's very simple. It is simple to read. I can't look at this comp study and understand anything here, and I got 2 degrees. I can't. I still don't get it. I won't even pretend. On this proposal here in my hand, proposal C, we got $1.5 million in budget excess over above 2020 actuals. 2021 actuals have not finished, so they can't actually go and say, what did we spend? But we have 4.5 million across. Here, let me read some good ones. Medical supplies, janitor supplies. Here's a good one, miscellaneous and training conferences, programs and events, 421,000. Professional development, that's a good one. 115, we spent 94,000. Professional development books and subscriptions, 44,000. We've only spent almost 17.1, so we could cut 24,000. I know that sounds insignificant, but it adds up to the people in this room. And it's real, it's here, I didn't make this up. This is off the GL data that is posted on the website Mr. Roche gave to us. This is not something that only I get to see. There's 320,000 in bank charges, and we've never spent over 280. So there's 30,000. That's a few more firefighters getting a wage bump. There's 1,037,000 in utilities, and we've never spent over 800,000. And so there's 160,000 we could actually put. So what I'm trying to say is we can find room. I'm asking for 1.5 million off a $100 million budget. I'm asking us to be 1.5% better. That's it. And let's put some of that in the taxpayer's pocket, bring the rate down. I'm asking for a simple amount, and then let's give these gentlemen and these men and women the increase they deserve. I'm heartbroken to hear a guy tell his kid, hoping, hey man, I'm going to go into a burning building and not ever see you again for a low amount of money. That does not work for me. That should not work for any of us in this room. So that's where I'm at, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Member Little?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything a fellow councilman has said so far. I'm for option 2. The question is where are we going to find the additional $1.9 million? We got to get these guys up to market. We're losing them to surrounding cities that are paying more. And if we can't get to the full option 2, then somewhere in between option 1 and option 2, if we can't find the money. But like Councilman Campcar said, there's areas where I think we can find some cuts. I was looking at the budget earlier, and there's a lot of money in professional and contractual. And you go department by department, and a lot of them are doubling or tripling. There's really no support for what these expenses are. Same thing with conferences and seminars. I know we had COVID during the last budget, and there weren't a lot of conferences and seminars that went on unless they were virtual. When you're looking at the budgeted 2022 expenses in that, there's some that are doubling and tripling. I think those are areas where we could make some significant cuts to put it back into getting these guys to where they need to be, guys and gals. I think let's collectively work together and give staff some guidance and let's get these guys to where they need to be, guys and gals. I mean, they deserve it. They're out there risking their lives for us every day. Most of us up here are high-income earners. We don't experience the struggles that they live with day to day, with inflation out of control, and they struggle to make ends meet. We've all been there before, and we know what it's like, but we don't currently struggle with those types of things, and I hate to see the people that are out there writing me tickets struggling with those.
Well, you should have bought a Corvette.
With those things, those issues. But anyway, that's where I am, Mayor.
Member Perez, good comments, Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just kind of, as a prelude, I'll say, look, I certainly empathize, having been a staff member and sat in the position in the tenure I was here. There were no adjustments, so I can understand how kind of demoralizing that can be. I also probably grew up pretty confident. I grew up poorer than anybody else in the room. It's tough when you're trying to make things work, or you gotta you're not bringing enough in, and you gotta worry about what bill to pay. So I don't want to have our employees in that position. I would gravitate close to the to option 2. I can certainly agree with the council members if we can't get all the way there to come up with something that's more than the 10% cap and try and get all of our staff members to what our comp class study says is a salary that is commensurate to market, and also salaries that are commensurate with the time and grade. I think that's fairly, honestly, that's the least we could do. It's tough on me to hear this because I've been very aggressive about trying to make sure that we get y'all paid more each and every year. I fought, for a 4% raise or 2% raise, or settle for a 2% raise. And each year, dealing with the information we have, we were just trying to make sure that we were keeping you as competitive as we could be. The reason we do the comp and class study is to give us information and say, hey, are we behind? I don't think there was never an intent from anybody on this dais or anybody in senior staff to underpay you intentionally. It's just a difficult way for us to be able to provide y'all compensation. Using my company as an example, I don't have said before, I don't have very many employees, but I get to talk to them each individually. I know what they're doing. I know how successful they are. We don't know 900 of y'all. We can't know how you're performing, even if we stayed up here all night, every night for 365 days. We just couldn't understand it to the level that's necessary to know how to compensate y'all. But we're in charge of making sure that we're allocating the funds for you. So it's just a difficult process. It's just the one we're stuck with. So I hope that they're, we're talking to some of the employees that have come to represent a couple of departments, 2 departments among many. There are several other departments that also have very dangerous jobs that aren't represented, don't have unions, can't speak or don't choose the, that they don't feel as if they have the option to speak amongst us. Public Works, I think, they're up there with, I love the stickers we have in the back of our trucks. It says Public Works and First Responders too. Going into a wet hole in the 2 o'clock in the morning that's 8 foot deep to fix a water line so people can still turn on their faucet. That's dangerous work, and they do it quite often. All we do is get the report that says, hey, a water line broke at 2 in the morning and it got fixed. That is tough, dangerous work. So I want us to, again, make sure that we're compensating our greatest asset, our employees, fairly. I would like us to get, I feel like I'm in agreement with the other council members. It's either something between 1 and 2 or 2. I have some ideas. I won't go into detail, but on the budget, we have some general fund items that aren't staff related. I think, my opinion is if they're not necessary, let's punt them to next year. And that gives us, by my math, $855,000 that we can allocate to it. That's going off of page 2 of the presentation that's included under general fund. Just eliminating staff or anything that's not an FTE. If we go off of the FTEs that we say are not a high priority, medium, or low priority, that gives us another $163,000. I'm fine pulling from that. And if we want to get that extra $1 million, then we can eat into the cap between what the adopted rate is and what our cap is and get us there. That's solely my opinion, but I think maybe if we could present something like that, or whatever staff would recommend, because I know I'm oversimplifying this. And I know, Carrie, it probably affects you more than anybody because that restroom would be cut, and I know the restroom's needed. And I know I read the memo. I know, our visitors aren't really happy about waiting in the line. So I hate to do that, but I'd rather take care of the people who are here every day than take care of the people who are here occasionally. But deprioritize it for this year and go to next year. I think that's our highest priority, personally, Mayor. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Member Owens?
Well, here he goes again. But now, I think there's 2 sides to the story out there. And going in and looking through some of the information that's been submitted tonight, talking about other cities and what they are, I think it's very difficult for us to do that because some of the other cities, they don't have the highest tax rate as we do on our citizens. And a lot of the people that live here in Pearland, like myself and others, that we saw a value increase on our property, which means that we'll pay more on the property tax, but also our insurance went up a lot more on the home insurance and what have you. But I think, it's difficult to look at other cities on here. When we look at Baytown and other cities along that side out there, and even Pasadena, they've got a lot of chemical business, a lot of stuff. 95% of the fuel that's used in airplanes, both public and private airplanes, comes out of Baytown. That market is big. There's they have a lower tax than we do, but yet still it's a high employment area with high values of salaries and things of that nature. And, we just went through a process on some money that we had to come in from the federal government of $430-something thousand that we gave out to the city, did to different areas here, and some of it was to pay rent on some of the people. And right now we got a unemployment rate of 5.7%. And speaking of that, I understand I was city employed just like this guy next to me was, and I was there for 13 years on there, and then I picked up and left. But during that time, I only had 7 days vacation, 3 days sick time in 13 years to do that. And so, a lot of the times during 13 years, we didn't get any money at all as an increase with the city of Houston on there. So, but, when we look at it across the board, I'm glad to hear my other council members sitting here that there's opportunities to cut increases in there, because I think, at some time we need to stop and check and look at it. As a city, we're doing really good for being able to get out and do our work. We went through some hard times with the hurricanes and Katrina and the freeze and all of that. But still, we got through the problem. It is, a lot of it, do we need all the additional people that we really need? And I questioned one of them with the police on there and the one police officer and with a vehicle, and it's $184,000. I'm assuming that either that was a higher police officer with more training and more years experience, and probably $90,000 for the vehicle. I don't know. One is stressed out. But, when you look at it across the board, some of the other cities down through there, it's a lot different. You can't compare, Pearland to some of the other cities that's listed on here and what their tax rates are. And I think that, maybe if we look at it, we should bring that into the picture of showing what the tax rate is. Where is it at? I think there's always, room we can do. So maybe that, we need to take another look at the number of people that's coming in, because this will be a reoccurring cost for next year in next year's budget at the same time. I think that, we do have, we always look at our responders as police department, fire department, EMS, all of them as a part of it. And I think, we've probably got one of the better departments that is in this complete area around. So, and I think, that if anything else, that's what's really needed with us is what's going on, not only, in the world, but also very close to us in the Houston area. The crime and what have you that's going on, and it's coming here in this area, and that's part of it. So for myself, I think, that some of it, when we stop and look at it, and you look on the negative side, the three highest, number of employees, the city and Pearland School District and Athens School District, and what all do they have in common? They thrive off tax money, which is the taxpayers and residents in here. They pay for that, and that's the way it usually ends up anyway. But so maybe it's time that we take a look at what we have right now and say, hey, we're doing an exceptionally good job in the city of Pearland with what we got going on now. So are there room through there that we can make adjustments? Yes, there are. We can. We can make adjustments. We can look through and skim the budget back again a little bit further down there. And I think, that's what we need to do. I think, also when we're talking about it, I think the water is a problem at 9%. I think that should be looked at lower, the amount of water, as the problems that we have. And I know that's on the enterprise fund.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
But time it gets down to me, everything's been said anyway, so I'm going to get mine in first.
We went both directions last week. We're going to do the same. So you're going to be first up when we get to that.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying, if we need to raise up the price on, and it seems like, I see 3 police officers out there and they're not jumping up and down, screaming and hollering. So I think they're in fairly decent shape as it is right now. But I think, on the other side of the fire and EMS, I think there's some work that needs to be done there to bring it up. And I think there, like some other people that was talking here previously, other council members, I think there's some areas that we can make adjustments to it. And I'm glad to hear that we feel like that can be done. So that's where I stand right now.
Somebody's listening to you.
Yeah. Hey, dude, I've been doing it for 17 years. I'll cut it again.
Member Perez, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, just maybe because after this is our third budget meeting. The next is we get into the readings. We really need to start adopting a final budget plan. Maybe just to give staff a little bit more direct guidance, because I do believe that we've said we're eliminating option 1. It's either option 2 or some version in between 1 and 2. Maybe to give them guidance about where that money may be pulled from. Well, first, a preemptive question. Clay, the tax ceiling that we adopted, 0.735484, that is a cut below the no new revenue tax from last year, correct?
I think that higher number, the advertised number, is the no new revenue, if I'm not mistaken. So that was the high end, yeah.
It is.
Okay, so we could theoretically go up to that ceiling and not raise taxes, or we could stay at the 0.70825 and just say, okay, if we stay at that rate, then the only way we get the additional money is through cuts. I think that maybe gives staff a little bit better guidance of where they can play, and then that way there's not too many options for them to play with. So I would be comfortable increasing probably $1 million through over the tax rate, and then try and do cuts the other way. But maybe if we can give some consensus, if we just want to hold to the 0.70825, then we know that we're just trying to generate from cuts, and then that gives staff, that bounds them a little bit more with options, and then gives us a little less to consider when we come to the time where we actually have to adopt the budget.
Go to slide 15 real quick, if you would. And first, I want to thank staff, because we gave some direction last week on the 7.5 FTEs. Staff went back and said, look, we believe these are high priority, these are medium. We can wait and phase these in. So we didn't hear necessarily everyone address this slide, but I think it was generally referenced in comments, put it that way. So I think what staff may be hearing is, some adoption of this slide where that first line is, to move that forward as part of the option in doing this. The other thing that we heard through all the council members tonight, that somewhere between option 1 and option 2, I called it an option 2-ish. We may not be able to get a full no cap at all. There may end up needing to be, still a cap, not the 10%, but maybe a 15. And I think what Member Perez is saying is there a version of tax rate as well as some of the cuts or holds in this case, in being able to come up with that number. And again, it's a reoccurring number. So whatever we do this year, it ends up being a reoccurring number. So I want to make sure that we're on good footing in order to do that. And one other thing, I know the conference and certifications and those types of things was asked specifically here. Clay and others, I know a lot of that budget got cut last year because there was a lot of conferences that just simply didn't happen, so it didn't take place. And of course, they're coming back. But I said this to staff earlier, or to Clay earlier today. I'm going to ask for it again for next year. I want this category completely broken apart so we understand what is a certification. So, and again, not necessarily on the general fund side, but like plant operators and others, they have to be certified in order to run those plants. Those go into this conference and certification number. And so it looks like they're going to a conference, yay us, but it might be a certification, it might be online, it might be other things. Our police officers go through extensive training and staff development. We got into a situation with water billing because we weren't investing enough in our staff in professional development to bring them along, and yet it gets talked about every year about cutting professional development. So I'd like to see that broken out. What is what is a certification for one of our operators or one of our police officers, one of our firefighters, our EMTs and others, that they have to have those certifications in order to do their job? And then what are some of the professional development type tools that were in this particular class? Because I know it gets talked about every year, but I'd like to see it broken out in the budget so it's very clear. That's what Member Little was talking about, real little small backup as to what's in there so we know exactly, what those numbers are for. So, but it seemed as though there's some consensus to move somewhere between option 1 and option 2. I think, again, that gives you some direction.
So if I get some clarification, that's helpful, and call it 1.5, but you mentioned, Mayor, and Member Perez did, about the rate, our rate and movement there. So is that on the table or not? I think you need to get some clarity about that or not. So
right.
Well, I didn't think we're well below the no new revenue rate, but it's no sense not talking about that.
So I did want to see what that adjustment would be. I don't know if, Eric, you caught from my comments earlier.
What do you mean, which adjustment?
So if we were going more towards just an actual revenue neutral and trying to back that amount out, just what that would do.
The no new revenue number?
No, so if we take so we'd still be above our, the one, was it 1.8 or what have you? If there's some way we just go towards just a truly balanced budget and have none of that, back that out of the.
So he's saying what would be the tax impact if you drew down the 1.8?
Like I said, because I made the comparison. That's when I apologized to the mayor, try not to cross the things, but I said at the end of the day, money's coming out of their pocketbook.
Yeah, well, the 1.988 that was in the previous presentation for the public hearing that was over and above policy.
Right. So go back to that big picture.
Yes, sir.
So two things, and I know you know this, but to use that to draw it down for recurring costs, that's dangerous. I mean, if that's what you're saying. So the 230 is your freeboard of revenues over expenditures.
So, yeah, that's for recurring, yes, but just a one-time reduction.
So, but you're saying lower the ongoing rate by the 1.9, and then the problem is going to be too next year when the bill comes due for everything we're doing. You're talking about moving the rate up to compensate for that next year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, assuming our values don't continue to increase. I mean, it's just, I mean, sure, there's considerations. I don't see that currently. So that's what I'm trying to understand is, if we can find a cost saving in one area to compensate for, not a cost saving in another area, that's just what I wanted to see. So I'm not saying you have to give it to me now, but.
Well, can we, Eric, can you pull up proposal C, which had the excess? Because there's like different places. We can do it in staffing. We can do it in individual line items. Can you pull up that proposal?
So we can get into individual accounts and reviewing, but discussing, do we want to cut this 10%, right? We wouldn't have the context available to us. Is 80% of that budget for professional development, for example, for police and firefighters, and what is the impact there? What I would propose is I would rather it'd be easier for staff to have a line of, here's where we're trying to get to, and then staff, we can huddle up and say, how do we get there in a way that from what we heard from council?
Eric, you're being a little disingenuous. This group acts on numbers and data, and when you're withholding the data after I put the proposal out there.
We're not withholding anything. You sent this out, and we've got that, but it's.
And I'd like to discuss it.
Well, that's fine, but.
So can we pull it up, please?
Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, I haven't had a chance to even digest it because it was handed to me at the beginning of the meeting, and so I want to be fair to council as well. And staff received this, an hour before the meeting?
And which has not happened, unlike to other times when we've received data.
I know, and what I'm saying is, but it has big swings in the budget. We're not going to balance this tonight, going through this line item by line.
And I agree with you. It's just a proposal.
But Mayor, I think if we can, I mean, I think you had proposed and I proposed it. Maybe we can get some understanding from council on a big picture. Do we want to try and uptick the rate, or take it all from cuts, or try and find a balance? And then if we're going to go up, like, what's that cap? Maybe get some consensus. And I think Eric's team might be able to have, there are more levers for them to pull if we go up. But if we keep that rate, then it can only be cuts. Then that limits their decision making a little bit.
Right. Just like to discuss it.
So to be super clear to that point, I don't want to increase from where we are right now. So we can get that 0.70.
I would like to go down as well. There's, whether we want to pull this up so the general public can see or not, there's $1.4 million here.
I'm happy to pull it up,
Oh, so
Councilman.
please do.
It's just, I really do need clarity from each council member where they stand with the property tax, and then can we talk about your proposals?
Well, I'll go on the board with that to move this forward. So I would be in favor of leaving in order to make this contribution towards comp and class, not affecting the tax rate to do that, going just from a series of cuts and holds and targeting something like 800,000 to $1 million.
Yeah, I agree. Hold the rate to 70825, and whatever makes sense from staff, if it's 15% parity or it's given step, but somewhere about halfway so we can catch up this year and then again next to get to the.
Yeah, so I think you have your clarity on the rate. And that's what I wanted to make sure we had as well. I heard 4.
Well, I'll say
I know 2 others.
I'll say also they've got. I wouldn't mind going up, but if I've got 2 that are saying we'll just do it cuts, I'll fully support that. Gives y'all limited on options.
Yep. That was one thing I need, because there was some talk about that, but I assumed that there wasn't.
I think you have clarity on
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
So what are we identifying there then? Are we talking out of FTEs? Are we talking out of budget cuts, wherever it may be? I just want to make it that it's very clear.
I think maybe to Member Carbone's point, he put that out there. I think you have the direction now to find, and then the number that Member Orlando put out, now you have some semblance of a number that you need to go find. Is that correct, Eric, would you say?
Correct, and it sounds like property taxes would like to remain the way they're at.
That's right.
We'll
yeah,
go
and I think,
find
we,
some cuts.
like going through there's some ideas up here. You guys know the ins and outs of this more than any of us ever will. I think the direction is there, though, to find 800 to $1 million from this or any series of other cuts that aren't impacting the rate.
Just, the first one that I would go to and look at is that 237, because that's recurring revenue, just to draw that down, and then try to get the other 800,000 or 750 from other spots.
Yeah, that's
mostly
fine.
recurring, because I really, and
It's coming from all of them.
this gets more complicated, but you also have that, some of that reimbursements we've got from the feds rolling around in there too. So that's a challenge.
Yeah, and I don't want to get too deep into some of the stuff that was mentioned earlier, because, if we can keep that in there, obviously, if we don't spend it, if that's not what we actually end up spending, we can reallocate that, I think, at a later time also. So I don't want to get in too much of the weeds of that. So I'll kind of defer to you. You've got the range now. I think that's a comfortable spot for us to shoot for.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think everybody, at least I'm hearing, we know the value. Staff, get with the departments, find out where those values can come from, either what's proposed or maybe some existing, and get us a proposal by the time we get to the next meeting, without getting too much in the weeds of line by line.
Yes, sir. Councilman Kamkar, I pulled up Proposal C. This is the one you would like to pull up, right? I would actually. Yes, sir.
So just very briefly, because I don't want to belabor the point, $4.5 million across, I would say, 15 GL codes. These range from, as we discussed, program event supplies, professional development, bank charges, postage, temporary staffing, wearing apparel, utility services, rental equipment, et cetera. Your actuals for those categories is $3 million, not even 3.1. So that's 1.5 million over and above the actuals as was discussed. There's no 21 actuals because technically FY21 is not complete. So this is the latest and greatest number. There's 1.5 million. I'm not greedy, but that's essentially 6 pennies? So it's not like it's not there. Let's take 1.3 of the 1.5 and let's put that in the taxpayer's pocket. If we don't come below 1.49 pennies, you go and say, why didn't that happen? Because the math is there. And so 1 penny of the budget is $815,000. Will we scroll down to the area C? Third PDF, page 3, sorry. I don't know if we can zoom on that, but they're kind of coded with the categories to the far left, the GL, and the categories, and then your budget or those categories that has been proposed for 2022, I guess, and then your category actuals there in the middle, which is totaling to 3 million, almost 50,000, I rounded up. And then that was my recommendation on the excess. As you scroll to the right, you can kind of see what the recommended budget number could be, totaling 1.3, and then what would be the percentage. This is not made up numbers. This is on the proposed raw data Excel. Anybody can go and do this. This is manipulating data. But those GL codes to the far left are across city, fire, police, parks and rec. They're all, every single department has that. And so it's really burrowing into the binders. They're one page on a document, but when you kind of sew all the pages together, that's what it starts to look like. So my point, and I think the mayor made it, we do want to cut. I'm just throwing a proposal out here. This is proposal C. We can do that, but if we don't show up with 1.4, less cents, you know, it's not for lack of trying. The data's there. So, Mayor, over to you.
No, I think it's good. And I think, and it shows, I believe, and I'm hoping even our employees see we're trying to do everything we can to get where we need to be. I also want to make sure that our employees, both fire, and police, as well as anybody else that's out there interfacing with the public, like you said, we have public works folks that have to do incredibly difficult work as well. And I want to make sure that comments made tonight aren't taken too hard, in that I think everybody at this table, everybody in this building cares and understands and wants to treat you guys with the total dignity and respect that you've earned. We care about your blood, absolutely. Anybody that says we don't speaks for themselves. They don't speak for this body. And I haven't heard anybody that says they don't. They show it in their actions, and I think you see it in the actions tonight, that we're trying to see where and how we can massage our budget within a tax rate and make it work. So we appreciate that. I do want to move on. We've got enterprise fund to go through, and that's a hot topic as well. And I know this is going to be a long night doing it.
So, Mayor, just to bring clarity, so on the general fund, the class and comp, our mission is to go back to that slide 3 ago where you had the. So we're going to come back to you to move to between the no cap and the cap, and whether it's percentage of 15 or something like that, but you know, in the range of $1 million additional off that $1.8 million. So more than half of that gap is
right.
Target.
That's what I heard across the board. Right. It moves the needle in the right direction. The step plan moves the needle in the right direction.
Yeah.
We want to do what we can to get caught up faster.
So again, nobody should take that for granted. What you just said and everything you said else was true. That all along is to try to not trying. It is providing 100% of market. The question was, how do you transition from that? It's major ways. So. All right, so enterprise fund, we're gonna launch that?
Yes, thank you, Council, for your thoughts and feedback. Moving on to the enterprise fund, these are your water and sewer operations. So no taxpayer dollars, no property tax goes into this. When you pay your utility bill, that's what goes into this, these water and sewer charges. You guys are welcome to stick around.
It was good stuff.
So to keep the comparisons going, you know, we talked about how is our general fund FTE count grown versus Pearland's population. Looking at the enterprise fund, right, staffing, you know, compared to our population growth, we have grown a little bit faster in the staffing side. Part of that might just be when you are increasing, it's a smaller number of employees, so adding a few more employees here and there is a bigger percentage jump. If you look at the chart on the right, it's more or less stayed fairly even over time on a per capita basis. You do see it increasing a little bit to reflect an operation that we're trying to increase the resilience of and the operational capacity of. Just like you saw with the general fund, this is the enterprise fund FTEs we've added over time. Again, you can see we've added, you know, between some years we've added 0, some years we've added 7.5. This year there's 10.5 positions proposed. And we compare using those, This chart includes the positions that are being proposed for this year. So this builds in those new positions. We're very similar to Frisco and less than Round Rock. So more in the middle here on the enterprise fund side of things. Council comments about cities being hard to compare, absolutely. So thank you to our staff for putting this together. One note, Missouri City has a MUD. That's why they're at 0. That municipal utility district provides their enterprise fund operation staffing. Moving into operations, what I'd love to do is hand it off to our Engineering and Public Works Director, Mr. Upton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Mr. Roche. Just an opportunity to continue the discussion with the Water and Sewer Enterprise Maintenance Team. This has been a topic before. This team is asked to be created to start providing preventative maintenance and repairs to all of our water and wastewater infrastructure. Currently, all things are done on basically a response or a reactive nature. When something is discovered, this starts heading us towards the proactive and preventative maintenance as we bring new plants online, rebuild lift stations, and moving forward with that. Staff spent some time, as you saw in our staffing memo that is attached to this package, is that we've identified areas within our current contracts with on-call services where having this maintenance team in place, we can start to reduce the dependency on that by being able to do preventative maintenance, being able to respond ourselves through savings of markups and higher price labor costs. An idea associated with that, providing some of the analysis, you can see that with a maintenance team and also with the surface water treatment plant fully staffed, we have some in-house cost estimates about $1.1 million versus outsourcing on an annual services at 1.5. That's combined total outsourcing of the surface water plant plus maintenance. The next bullet down is if we continue the idea of bringing forth a maintenance team in-house that would service the entire city's infrastructure, both water and wastewater, lift stations, et cetera, throughout the city, then you're just looking strictly at that bullet as just the operational component associated with the surface water treatment plant. What we're finding in our comparison is that the size of our system starts to warrant those full-time employees on staff to accomplish these significant issues that we can discover and do that in-house versus completely outsourcing small minor repairs. And again, this idea is to move forward on being proactive and start looking towards our preventative maintenance, utilizing asset management, tying in our preventative maintenance program, tying into the equipment, and start taking a look at those items that we can track. Eventually, our future plan as we get into the future years would include an electrician and 2 plant mechanics. And then moving forward, these positions would be looking at being online as we start, as Mr. Pearson mentioned too, is that our plants come online. We bring these positions before completion. That way they can understand the ins and outs, understand how the equipment is being built and brought in, working with the vendors, working with those installers, and seeing the startup and the process and understanding everything about the ins and outs of the equipment so we can be proactive in our future maintenance since it is a viable asset that is a long-term maintenance that's needed to be done. Next slide, please.
Mr. Upton, before you move on, what's the anticipated date to finish construction of that plant?
So we're looking at trying to produce water. Full production would be in early 2023. The aspect of testing our facility, I'm sorry, Mr. Pearson?
Keep going.
Our aspect associated with that is to do our testing and startup of equipment as it comes online would be in that September, October, November timeframe. We were looking in early July, but however, we've had some material deliveries, market issues that are striking all of our projects. But we're looking in that October, November timeframe to do startup and testing on a lot of our equipment. And these positions are needed as that equipment is being installed, not just during testing, but also during installation. So in our memo that we've attached to this presentation as well, we've talked and done some research with some outside consulting firms, had some meetings, met with other city agencies that have also got their startups and running on their surface water treatment plants through microfiltration, which is the same style of plant we're having. And a lot of them have done public-private partnerships. And what we mean by that is that not only do we have some key staff positions that are in-house, we also have partnered with consultants to do operations for a short period of time. That's usually during startup. So for example, the city of Sugar Land ran for a little over a year with a contracted staff, and that staff, as they learned their systems, and then slowly the city brought them on as full-time staff, and then slowly phased out the consultant and the contracts, and then had full-time staff. And that's how that ramp up, and allows them the opportunity then to find our staff, our future staff, and then they become part of our system and part of our staff. It breeds buy-in by having city employees, provides redundancy, because then in the fact that if they're needed out in the system during times of emergencies, we have that staff being able to utilize across the entire system as well. So with that, we also take a look at our internal staff too that have an interest in being in the surface water treatment plant as well. Those that are looking at that career opportunities to move over and gain advancement as well. That's a key component as well. One of our notes in there as we take a look is that we have our in-house salaries and benefits, as our comp and classes talked about. Outsourcing, we also take a look at corporate overhead, corporate profit, outside administrative services, those things that we provide in-house already. So with that, go ahead and turn that over. Okay, thank you, Mr. Roche. Turn it back over to Mr. Roche to continue on. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. So that was a little bit about the new operations and the staffing expansions, and we'll be happy to answer questions about that the council might have when we finish the enterprise fund section here. Next part is the comp and class discussion that we just had about the general fund, right? Also applies to the enterprise fund. We need to make sure that, you know, we're treating our employee base fairly as we move forward. So if it's all right with council, and what I've heard is, you know, go back and try and get somewhere between these two figures, these two plans that you see here. That's what I plan on going back and doing. Is that acceptable? So we'll talk about, let me know if it's not when we get to the discussions, or if you have other thoughts and ideas.
I guess my initial reaction to that is this is obviously quite different in that we've got a lot of, you know, it's capital projects intensive, and we've got a lot of stuff on the plate, and we've got this water rate increase. So I don't know that I don't see the same scenario here as I do on the general fund side. Okay. So that's my initial reaction to this. I think here we're maybe, from my perspective, I'm taking more of the feedback from the residents at this point, and trying to just focus on the rate at this point. But I don't know if I have consensus on that.
Adrian, I think you're right. The reality is, every comment, there was nobody to say the same, I think, for maybe one out of, 9 or 10 comments. I'm still in the zero rate camp until we review the expenses more detailed. The solution right now has been revenue minus expenses over debt service, and it's all revenue right now. There's a small increment here to go from 9 to 7%. Well, 7 is still a high single-digit number. All of the employees that go on the enterprise, some of these are doubled up into the general fund. I think the mayor has previously said, can we go to RFQ? No water is running through that plant. Right now, it's not going to run through the plant 6 months from now. Can we just hold these guys off for 6 months, push these guys to a later date, and then let's have an apples to apples? And if the staff comes out $200,000 ahead, let's go there. But I think Adrian said the rate is what we're focused on. I'm at 0. I can be convinced to go higher, but I need somebody to tell me this is what we absolutely have to do, and here's what we don't. And when we don't have the water plant at 30% completion, I can't advocate bringing $660,000 in employees on.
And Mayor, I'll just say that I don't want any of the employees on the enterprise side to feel we value them less, but I think it's just vastly different scenarios. That's how I see it. So maybe that's why I wanted to put it out there. I just wanted to clarify that.
If I can interject, there's really no way to separate that from this standpoint, because if you're saying that the tenure matters for the general population, you can't say it doesn't matter for this group. So, you know, we need to provide that same bridge, you know, splitting the difference and whatever that is. And as you said, some of them work in other part of the time. They charge time out. So, you know, it's the position, it's the people in those positions, and they need to come up to the same tenure that we've achieved in the other.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and move through, because I know you're going to probably talk about the FTEs and those types of things. And as we've heard, some of these FTEs may not they only may need to be 25% of that FTE coming on as we're testing the plants towards the end of next year. So let's continue on real quick.
Will do, Mayor. It's been 4 years since the city did a significant increase. 9% is a significant increase. It's not as high as 25%, which I'm grateful for. I'm sure that was extremely unfun for the council that had to work through that. One of the reasons we see these kind of bumps is, right, we do a couple years of 0% or 2%, but meanwhile costs are growing, right? Employee costs grow every time. There's a little bit of inflation factored in. But the majority of this cost is driven by our capital improvement program, where we've made significant investments. So what that means is we borrow money, and we have to pay back that debt as these projects come online. These projects' debt cover 20 to 30 years typically, and that's the major driver. There's not a lot we can do about the 9% in terms of debt this year, right? Because that number's already locked in, it's already been sold. When you look at the fund, its debt is such a significant portion that it becomes hard to trim around the edges and drive the rate too much because it is the capital side of operations that are driving these costs. We had a good question about 3230's impact on rates. So I wanted to have our Deputy Director of Finance address that, because she knows a lot more about accounting than I do.
Thank you, Eric. So water and sewer revenue is recorded each fiscal year based on the read date and not the bill date. So when the water is actually used, that is the fiscal year that the revenue is recorded in. So at the end of every fiscal year, the accounting department ensures that water and sewer revenue has 365 days of usage and 12 base charges, which is accomplished through the year-end accrual process. The 365 days of water and sewer revenue is reported in the city's annual comprehensive financial report, which is reviewed by the Attorney General when the city issues new bonds each year. And the entry is also reviewed by our auditing firm to make sure that the math is accurate. So therefore, collapsing 3230 and billing everybody at once would not bring in significant amounts of new revenue in a fiscal year. It just helps the city catch up with the outstanding receivables and closes the gap between read date and bill date.
Moving along to the different scenarios. The 9% scenario is what the budget is based off of. This is the proposed rate. A household using 6,000 gallons of water in a month would see their bill go up about $6.65. This brings your bond coverage ratio to 1.45, leaving you some safety margin in there in case unexpected expenses come up. And that way you don't have to scramble and cut costs mid-year and that sort of thing, right? And these expenses do come up, like a winter storm, for example. Also provide an 8% rate scenario. This is a $500,000 decrease from the 9% scenario. This brings your coverage to 1.42. And this is playing with the revenue side of the equation, like a councilman pointed out. So comparing this to the 9%, this would be 78 cents cheaper per month than the 9% option for a household using 6,000 gallons of water in a month. 7% scenario, this is where things start to get hard. 7% scenario would create an estimated revenue of $61.7 million. This brings you in just a hair above that 1.40 ratio, which you really do not want to go below. It doesn't leave much safety margin at all. So if we're going to go with this, there's probably some cuts we would recommend. Compared to the 9% scenario, this would be $1.52 less on a resident's bill who uses 6,000 gallons of water per month. To meet the 7% rate increase, the $424,998 in reduced expenditures are recommended. This is actually a little bit higher than the last time we talked. We increased the reduction in expenditures by switching two positions. Their priorities changed. So now you see the treatment plant operator in there instead of, I believe, the GIS tech. The treatment plant operator is the more expensive option. Again, it's not that these positions are not needed and they wouldn't provide value to residents and certainly other staff, but you asked us to prioritize, and this is kind of how the prioritization flushes out. So with these cuts, no additional cuts would be needed to meet the 7% rate increase. Really, the enterprise fund does need a significant rate increase, more than a couple, 1 or 2 or 3%, to remain structurally healthy. Reducing it much more is not something I would recommend because it would result in higher increases in the future, which is, I'm kind of hearing a consensus around we want to move to not spiking rates and having to do 16 or 20%. And adopting a rate increase of 7 to 9% would help offset what future rate increases would need to be. We did the same thing for enterprise fund positions that we did for general fund. So here you can see we've divided them into high priorities. Again, please note that some of these are charged between the general fund and the enterprise fund. You have medium priorities, which could be delayed to mid-year. You have some options here that are medium priorities that can wait until mid-year. And then you have the 2 lower priority options when these are the options that were pulled into that cut package that you just saw with the 7% scenario. The total impact to the enterprise fund is about $974,000, 10.5 positions. 2 things we really need tonight are consensus from the council on where they want the rate increase to be, because we need to start putting together the final budget for you all to vote on, and we certainly don't want to be doing back of the envelope math when we come back in 2 weeks on something as significant as a rate increase. And then, of course, any other questions or comments you may have regarding the enterprise fund, staffing, all that good stuff. So with that, I'll hand it back to City Manager Pearson.
Good morning, Ed. Mayor. Appreciate your time.
Move back to slide 46 real quick.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So personally, I think this is probably where we ought to, if we're going to move the rate, we're going to move from 9 downward. This is where we're going to have to talk most of it, I think. You've already made some cuts. That lower line, if I look at the 7%, that's where you're recommending, removing those. So hearing Mr. Upton, say basically we need to, September, October, November 22 is when we're starting to need to test that facility. I would think we need operators on or some of these this mid-level that we could be delayed to mid-year. If I'm hearing that, that's so are you asking that would go to, 0.50 on each one of those? Or would it go to 0.25, bring them on in July for starting to test in September or October?
Thank you, sir. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. We'd like to take a look at that, maybe a 0.75, where we take a look starting in that January, February timeframe, where we can try and advertise and bring them on. That way we get through, they're doing their reviews through their O&M manuals, understanding the equipment's coming in. It's hard when we start taking look at the mid-year, get the position at, say, at a 0.5, then we're having to figure out when we're going to advertise and then get the quality, look through that process. And then if we don't get them on time, then we're missing that window. So I would really prefer the recommendation, at least from staff's perspective, to be at 0.75 so we can bring them on board in January and advertise for that position in January, if that would be an opportunity for you to,
Okay, so then the second slide or the next one down, those can wait till mid-year. So would it be the same time, basically cutting these in half? And I know these bottom 2 have in the other fund.
Those bottom 3, or the chunks that can wait till mid-year, yes, we would have the opportunity to say that, if we can look at the mid-year, which would be that April timeframe, then of course those would change the positions both here and then their positional relation associated with the general fund as well.
Okay, so the question I would have real quick, and I don't know, you said back of the napkin. I don't want to do that on the 13th of September. Tonight I don't have a problem. And that is, if we took that scenario that Robert just laid out, plus the cuts at the bottom that you mentioned, and that was a 7%. Could that get us to 6? And that's a
And
a math
maybe,
question.
kind of like we did in the general fund, if we can get a consensus of targeting 5 and say, get in the weeds and figure it out.
10.5 to 5.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start down here, but I wanted to get you. You might do a math question, a math equation while we kind of discuss this, but that seems to be where I think most of this discussion is going to go. So we'll start with Councilmember Owens. I told you I was going to start with you.
Well, I know that most people don't want to hear it, but when we started this whole thing with the freshwater plant and buying the property over there, it was something that we did, and Kevin knows all about it too. But it was something that we had looked at and done a couple of studies on it, and it came back to the same location each time that we do that. And the whole point behind that was when we were doing McCard Road, is because of the water that we're buying in the southeast treatment plant over there, we could transfer that over to the west side. And doing this on a 10 MGD on the freshwater plant, we could actually cut out the 5 MGD that we're getting from the city of Houston on the west side, which we know that was going to be an impact every year, continuously going up. So that was the whole point about it when we went into the freshwater plant over there, was do away with that part of the city of Houston. I don't know what that's costing us per year to bring in that. I think that's a pay or take situation. But we know that the city of Houston is fixing to raise the prices on it. They have raised the prices ever since we started buying there every year. And they have said that coming out with their water and wastewater program is $70-something million that they're going to spend. So we know it's going to go up. So if we did cut out the 5 MGD, we're still 5 million gallons ahead with the treatment plant. So that was the whole point to do it, was to cut that out, because we knew the prices were going to continue up, and what we were going to do is have a 10 MGD, which was going to give us 5 million more a day on water. And so that was the whole point of getting behind it. And I think that's something we should look at right now, because that was the program that we had, and I don't see us right now needing that much water per day. I mean, if we're getting along on the 5 million a day from that area over there from using the city of Houston, then we take an infusion into it of 10 million a day. So look, can't we find out what the price is, and we're going to discontinue it in a year or so now?
So as we've said, we're not discontinuing. We need to have the backup, and we need it for the peak. So
you don't have the backup now.
Yeah.
And you got 10 million that you're going to add to it, which is 5 million more than what you got now on the backup to that. And then you got a plant that you can build out to, a 20 MGD on there is what you're building the plant out to. And
So for the record, we decided to buy that spot because we know we needed an additional 10 and then an additional 10 after that. We also anticipated we would be annexing our entire ETJ. We also anticipated annexing in flood districts, and it always anticipated keeping water from Houston, because that was going to be a portion of our overall water intake. And so I disagree with Member Owens on this. All of that was part of it. At one point in time, our total build out of the city, we needed somewhere around 61 or 62 million gallons a day. And again, that included annexing our ETJ in. With the annexation laws changing, we may not even need the additional 10 million gallons out of the additional plant capacity right now. But in the event those annexation laws change, then we have the ability to go back and do that. Or if one of our sister cities and one of our council members from a neighboring city left, we'd be more than happy to help, bring water to them. But no, that water plant was staged, and we did an extensive site selection process as to where it needed to be for the total build out of our city, with so much of our city growing that direction and that way south. So we always knew it was going to be a big expense, $100+ million, even back in the mid 2000s we were anticipating. So it doesn't shock me that it's north of 150. So, but it was always anticipated we would keep City of Houston water. Now, can we grow because of this to not have to rely on it as much? I think that would be good. I'd always like to be able to control our destiny rather than wondering what our big brother to the north is going to do. So I didn't mean to interrupt Member Owens, but I wanted to, for the record, that's my recollection of all that.
Yeah, well, the thing about it, Mayor, that we've always thought about discontinuing in the city of Houston because of the increased price of what we got. I mean, I don't know if the annexation laws are going to, change or not, on there. I kind of doubt it with what it is. And the only place, Silver Lake, we looked at annexing that years ago. And the only reason we didn't want to do it, they want a big percentage of our sales tax out of that area. We said the heck with it, and that's why we didn't do it. And I don't know how far out in the ETJ that we can go on annexing any additional land. But that was the whole point when we did that in the beginning on it, and that's what we were going to do. So I don't know if that's any significant dollars or not on there or not, on that part of it. I don't know how much of the water cost is going to go up with the city of Houston. But the only reason it's not on the other side because we paid $40 million into the plant on the southeast. That's all I have on it.
Thank you, Mayor. As I recall, there was never discussion of us being completely off of City of Houston water. As Member Owens, as you recall, the Alice Street plant is completely dependent on City of Houston water, and this plant would not feed to that plant. There may be some balancing, but we can't reproduce, and we're also limited on what the Brazos River Authority is going to give us. So I think the plan is implemented. I think it's progressing as it was intended. I don't think that there's a whole lot of movement in the budget with respect to that plant. The structure of the plant and any kind of movement about our dependency to be in a customer city, the City of Houston. This just keeps us from having to be wholly dependent on them, particularly on our west side. Just to kind of keep it brief, I think I don't think I'm not going to be supportive of 9%. I'd like to see what we could do under 7. I don't want to go over 7. And if we have to make some changes, then that's what we have to do. Obviously, I do not want to go under the 1.4 ratio that's required. I don't want to risk the $7.1 million that's in the write-up that if we go under bond coverage and we go from AA- to A+, that's just, we're just shooting ourselves in the foot. So we may save a couple of bucks now, but we're going to cost ourselves a lot of money in the long run. So if we can find, we get 1.4, just a little bit of fluff, a little bit of room for error, but try and get us to the 5% that Member Carbone suggested. I'd like us to see that. Further complicating things, there's no way I can get on board with treating our employees differently. I totally get what you're saying, Member Hernandez, but I don't want to punish an employee based on how their salary is funded, or half of their salary is funded. I do get that there's different scenarios with how the revenue comes in, but there's not different scenarios on how our employees should be treated. So with that, whatever we adopt for the general fund FTEs is what we should adopt here, and we find that to work within the revenue boundaries that council has suggested, starting with the 5%, capping at the 7%. That's what I would be supportive of.
I'm looking at some of the line items. I guess that's the CPA coming out at me. We saw a significant increase in miscellaneous services of about $800,000. And I looked at the different departments. You got an extra 60,000 in IT, 10,000 in landscaping. Professional in the lift stations, 34,000 professional and contractual. In the wastewater department, you've got almost $800,000. There's 100,000 more in utilities, and there's about 700,000 plus in professional and contractual. No idea what those are. But if we could look at those areas, and it looks like about a total of a little over 800,000. If we could cut half of that, we could really get that rate down even lower and still maintain our 1.4. So I'd like staff to take a look at those departments and see if there's any way we could trim some of that back. That's all I have, Mayor. But I agree with Councilman Perez in that we should treat the enterprise fund employees the same as the general fund employees. I find myself rarely agreeing with him, but I do it tonight.
No, I feel like I need to move.
Member Camcar.
Eric, can you pull, I just sent you the enterprise memo. I separated it from the big 114 pages. There's just a couple of points. While you're pulling that up, I'm going to kind of give my highlights. Mayor, you brought up a really good point. The parameters around the water plant, changed. When there was still the opportunity to annex, another 20,000 people or whatever that number was, it made sense. And what's happening now is we just don't have enough users for this system, and the debt has to be paid for by the users in the system. To give you context, when my wife and I still lived in Houston about 5 years ago, we lived by the ball fields. Her water bill was $18. Well, they're spreading it over like 5 million users, and so it's a different scale. We're spending, $175 million for the largest civil infrastructure project the city has ever done. And we have 38 or 39,000 ratepayers. And we're not adding in big chunks. And so, unfortunately, this is just math coming into play. My personal opinion, not anybody on this council, we are going to struggle with this for a long time on how to deal with rate paying. And until we find another crop of users to sell water to, this is going to continue to be a very painful discussion for a long time. And it's math. It's not even choices. So that's the unfortunate thing. The legislature in history kind of turned away from the decision in a way that made it very difficult. Can you go to page 2 of the memo? It's kind of there's a yellow highlight a little further down. Under number 4. Okay. Well, maybe the highlight didn't get in there. What I'd like to point out is the licensed operators are trained in conventional treatment and then are required for additional training for the membrane process. What was told to us over and over and over on how we staff this is like super secret technology, and we need to have our people do it because there's nobody else in the world that can do this. And what is end up being enunciated here is there's still training that operators are doing, and other people know how to do it. And so I keep going to what Member Owens tells us, which is like, we don't need the super secret elves to come and do this. We can get outside people to operate this plant. They're still going to get trained. I just fundamentally, I don't think that we're doing groundbreaking technology here. Number, a little further down, under number 13, what would a rating decrease? We're really going through all these machinations for 9% revenue because we're not looking at the expenses as hard quite yet. And so we're driving revenue, and that's what's driving this discussion, revenue minus expenses over debt service. Let me just read this out for the record. A rating downgrade will not affect the city's ability to access a loan from the TWDB, Texas Water Development Board, but the interest rate received on the loan is based on the credit rating of the city's water and sewer system debt. In other words, the city will still receive a low interest rate compared to publicly issued debt, but the low interest rate will be about 20 basis points higher due to the rating downgrade. World is not exploding if we don't do 9% revenue. World is not exploding if we do 4% revenue. This is really about rating. And what I said in the last meeting still stands. I don't want to run this city strictly on what some pencil neck geek bureaucrat in New York does at Moody's to decide. No, at Moody's. And I don't want to live by, this is what the rating guy says. Like, that's not, then why don't we have the rating guy run the city? I mean, that's just the argument here.
Yeah.
We need to do better on this. Let us run ourselves. We're still getting incredibly low debt. If we go to the next status, we're talking 20 basis points for people in non-tech world. It's 20 bips. We're not talking like 200 bips. We're not talking 500 bips. We're talking 20 bips. Let's just keep that in like the frame of like the totality of the discussion.
It's 1.8 to 2.
Right. And the last thing, I'm going to wrap this on. Can we go back to the slide that you had, which had all the people on it and their salaries? The mayor made a great point. The water is not running through the plant all right now. Let's be aggressive on this. The water rates are going to go through the roof at some point or another. Let's keep them depressed while it makes sense for us. Once there's water running through there, I think it's a different ballgame. I would still like to see the RFQ mayor of side by side, sealed. Let's run the math out here. Who's cheaper? I have a funny feeling the private sector is going to be competitive. I don't think it's going to be a route. There's $747,000. Everybody below the top line here in the middle, between 54 and 104. If you just pull those guys out, and we can decide half a year, full year, that reduces expenses 744. That moves, just keeping the revenue the same, to 1.48. That means we can keep dropping below 9. I'm in the zero rate camp until we have a stronger look at expenses. But this 747 is a real strong start. That's my point.
Yep. Good point. Member Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I just see this. I'm sorry, my brain can't allow me to not see this as a completely separate entity almost. So that's where a lot of my comments are born. Just kind of looking at the 7% scenario and then going back and looking at the highlights you have up on the screen now. If we do the scenario that the mayor kind of talked to Robert about, and we did the 0.75 and kind of backed out that 25%, I added those up just kind of real quickly, and then with the public works message boards and the vehicles, those cuts was about 720-ish. So, I mean, I think, we could get to, 800 to $1 million pretty easily there. I don't know what that does overall, but it seems like there is some wiggle room to get down to that 5. So I would be, I don't know if I support necessarily 0, but I think, points have been made that there's clearly some room, and I think you, Eric, have kind of nodded your head that it's possible. I look at this and it's just so hard for me to not treat this as a separate entity, though. And so that's where, some of my comments being, I mean, the revenue is just different. I think the mindset is different and how it's approached. I look at this as a business, and it took me a really long time to change that mindset about just general government and realizing it's not a business. But in this respect, I think it is closer to that traditional, run it like a business mindset. So that's kind of where I live. I don't want to move too deep into things.
Member Hernandez, a couple of these FTEs are in the general fund, and I am supportive. It makes sense to reduce them because it reduces the tax rate on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
I am supportive of looking at them because the reality is at some point we're pinching the balloon full of air, and these employees go on both sides of that balloon, and that's real money. And whether it goes into personnel and salaries and wages, or it just goes to the bottom line to the taxpayer, we, as the mayor said earlier, we have to find this in different spots.
Yeah.
I'm open to these guys going in that spot.
Okay. So that's all I've got, Mayor.
Thank you. Member Carbone?
Thank you, Mayor. Those couple questions brought up during public comment, I know staff wanted to address them. I mean, there was some major changes rolled out on that slide 66 that I think we need to address. I mean, there was $53 million swings. So if staff could kind of highlight those.
Kristen, you want to take care?
Sure, let me just find my math.
I mean, this is going to be painful for us all, but we're in the water issue because of trust. And there was a slide presented presented to us. I'm not saying anything bad on staff. I'm just saying these big numbers moved, and we're still talking about a rate increase and not addressing them. So let's address them real quick, because that's the only way we're going to get back to any type of trust.
Yeah, it wasn't rounding errors either.
8-digit rounding error. 8-digit.
And Kristen, while you're diving into that, on a consensus, I agree going out for the RFQ on the surface water plant. 20 bips does mean something. So I don't know that I want to blow through that debt service coverage ratio and the covenants there. I don't know that we have a consensus to go to a 0% rate, but I'm hearing 5%. So maybe that can give us some direction after tonight.
Mr. Carbone, if I could, while Kristen's loading that, Eric stepped away. So it was mentioned about the credit rating, and for the record, we need to keep in mind exactly what Member Carbone said. Last week, we talked to you about the bond coverage ratio requirements, and it's that 140 is what we're talking about. Everybody's stipulating that the credit rating, that's small points, but the 1.4 is what's driving it, and we explained that last week. So you're exactly right. That's a lot different and a lot more invaluable than the credit rating. So did you get yours up?
So on that slide 66, this was just for actuals for FY 2020, not estimated for 21 or proposed for 22. So in order to
Would it be possible to pull that up? It's on the website, right?
So while they're doing that, do you have any other questions that we can? Okay. Remember Orlando? While they're pulling that up, that way, yeah.
Yeah, I had a couple questions, and I apologize. I know it's already like 10 o'clock, and we get a lot, so this might be an easy answer, something that's already been answered. But I just want to know, I guess, first to the discussion between Member Camcard and Member Carbone. Yeah, respectfully have to disagree with Member Camcard that I would be so blasé about blowing through our debt covenants. So I want to be a little bit, I want to be more sensitive with that. I guess what I was going to ask, though, what I did hear that I was interested in is, I mean, obviously, in our planning process, there was some disruption based on the state's changes to annexation law. And I guess I don't think that changes whether or not I think we should uphold our bond covenants. But do we have any kind of analysis around that? Just because I think in this whole thing, if we just want to zoom out, I think it's really important to be honest with people, again, to Member Carbone's point, and kind of for everyone up here and everyone that we're talking to be kind of clear-eyed about what we're proposing. And I think one of the big things has been like that I've at least seen on social media has been, oh, we're bleeding money on this water billing thing, and that's why they're raising the rates, which of course is not the case. The case is we are building what is probably the biggest project that will ever be undertaken by the city of Pearland. It's really expensive, and we're going to have to pay for that. And we're not going to pay it off with this 5 to 9% rate increase. It's going to be something that goes into the future as well. And so I guess just in order to be kind of clear with people, like, hey, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, this is how much it's going to be, this is when it's going to level off. Do we have any analysis? I know we just looked at the rate model recently that would kind of suggest to us when can we get to a point of more sustainability?
So a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
But I would point to we council sat and through the water model discussion, and I've already asked Robert, we need to refresh that and share that, because that's what's driving when you get to the sources, future demand, where it's coming from, and all of that's planned out, it's keeping diverse sources. It's keeping the Houston connections for peaks and for emergencies, but it's lessening that with our own surface water plant that we can control. So all of that's true, and I think the best way to go about that is to come back at you and remind you all of that water model and some of those exhibits.
For sure, and that's certainly been shared. I think maybe if we could just kind of center that in the discussion, because I think something that's been kind of lost in all this is that we're going to be in we see the increasingly extreme weather. We're still looking at what's going on in Louisiana. That's going to keep on going, and it's going to keep on getting worse. And I think leaders on past councils and past mayors made a decision that might be viewed as in the future as being very wise when we get into a mode where water is an increasingly scarce resource, an increasingly expensive resource, and where it's literally a matter of life and death. And because of this investment in this thing, like it sucks that this is a really expensive thing, but it's going to be really nice when we're one of the few cities that have this literal lifeline in a low water context. And so I think there's a really good value proposition. I think it's more likely than not that's going to be looked at as a really good and really strategic decision. But I think we have to be clear with people like, hey, this is what we're doing. We're paying for this big expensive thing. It's going to be a huge resource for us. But if we could just kind of center that, like this is not just we're going to knock this down from 9% to 5%, and then next year we're going to be over this. Like we have to be honest with people. Like we are trying to pay for a really big capital project, and that capital project is going to have huge returns for everybody in the city, but it's expensive, and we're going to have to pay for it. So I'm in terms of massaging the rate, whatever can be done, I'm going to go with the will of council here. But just I think we have to be really clear about setting that expectation so that next year, when there is likely another significant rate increase, and we can look at exactly what that looks like based on the model. But I think if we're just telling people, oh, we're going to knock it down from the 9 to 5, and then we're going to be in good shape, like that's not the full story. So I don't have a strong position here. I'll yield to massaging it out a little bit, but just know like we're going to have to continue to pay for this.
I think
0 is not an option.
Yeah, good deal.
What you said is true, and because of that, the fixed cost, what you said is true for the next years, because those expenses aren't going away. We've got a big chunk of fixed costs with debt service, with operations, et cetera, and so that's whether it's contracted out, unless it's donated by somebody, it's going to be there. So,
Yeah.
Maybe that's something else to see as we're taking this off. Like, to what extent are we taking stuff off? And it seems like the bigger piece is going to be, to what extent are we just saying that next year's ratepayers are going to get a fatter rate hike than they might have otherwise? Right. I mean, that's important to keep in perspective.
I mean, to dovetail, none of this stuff sneaks up on us. We've been talking about this plant. We've been talking about these projects for years. We go through each year, we talk about the capital improvement program. So, it's a little bit of like us shopping on Amazon and pulling everything in our cart and paying for it. And then we get the bill from our credit card and be like, wait, well, I don't want to pay that. So, we do owe the responsibility of the citizens to those who've purchased our bonds to make sure that we meet our covenants. Just dovetailing with what you said, Member Orlando.
I think Kristen's got the memo back up, so we can answer Member Carbone's questions on the.
So, at the end of every fiscal year, we do year-end reconciling entries to move assets and liabilities from the capital project funds to the operating fund where they end up living. So the offset of these entries is either a transfer in or a transfer out to get them between funds, which when you run a report, they'll show up as revenues and expenses, so they should have been pulled out before slide 66 was created because they weren't true revenues and expenses. So for example, there was approximately 50 million in 2020 that was a transfer in of just CIP. So out of all the CIP funds for water sewer, those assets had to be moved to Fund 600 to close out the fiscal year. And then on the expense side, again, we issued 107 million in TWDB bonds. Well, that liability had to be transferred into Fund 600, which showed up as $107 million expense, but not a true expense. And then additionally, I added in the debt service payments for FY 2020 because they do not show up when you run expense reports because They're not technically an expense on the books. They are just a reduction in liability, so they don't show up when you run an expense report. So when you talk about trying to compare the budget to the audit report, again, principal is not an expense, so it doesn't show up on the statement of revenues and expenses because it is a reduction of liability for the principal payments. Only the interest payments are technically an expense. And then it is also not just exclusive of water and sewer operating fund. It is all of the funds that comprise for an enterprise, so all the capital project funds. So for example, it had $54.7 million in revenues for charges and sales and services. But of that, $49 million was actual water and sewer operations out of Fund 600. The other $5.5 million were impact fee revenues that are recorded in different funds. So for the enterprise fund, it all gets combined into one bucket when you look at the audit report, whereas general fund and all your other special revenue funds are a lot more clear cut and easy to follow.
Rachel, can I ask a question then? This is just kind of like finance and accounting, and like just what are the rules on that? For the avoidance of doubt, because I agree with Member Carbone, trust is imperative. Can we just be more aggressive on the footnotes? Because I don't disagree with any of the comments here, because I understand some of these things, the way the rules of GASB and the IRS and all these other entities are, they're opaque, they're peculiar, and they're not intuitive. But if you are more aggressive with the footnoting, I think that's going to erase a lot of this uncertainty. Is that unreasonable?
Understood. And that's another function of our team kind of learning how to gel is, budget and accounting. We should have had a joint meeting to where we could talk about this before it got out, because budget didn't know that we needed to subtract certain things because they don't follow how audit works. That's not their function, right? And so we should have had an internal meeting, but we didn't know until we stepped off into it, unfortunately. And I take responsibility for that.
Well, that's fine, Amy. It just the concern I keep having is everything is erroneous, or everything is not straightforward. And if it's not footnoted, if it's not notated, unfortunately, that $20,000 mistake has cost us the trust of the city, and it's just going to take years and years and years to rebuild. And so I just would be more aggressive with the footnoting because not a lot of this is straightforward. And it's just what it is.
Absolutely. Point taken.
Good comment. Was that all for your memo there, Kristen? Okay. Want to make sure we had it. All right. So does staff feel they have some direction on the enterprise fund?
6.9%. We had drawn up the 5% and so forth. I think that's going to be tough. We'll do that and show you what the implications. So.
Well, I think a lot of it revolves around the FTEs back on that chart. Even 75% of some of those. I mean, you're talking bringing them on in March. Right.
So my take would be,
or 50% brings them on in March.
Those are going to be the easy ones, and we'll go to that first. I just don't know if that's going to get us all the way there.
Well, I get it. So if those are at 50%, not 75, and then the rest of them are, I think that's where, at the end of the day, had we just moved forward with the 9%, you'd have had that, you wouldn't have been hiring those FTEs for a full year.
Right.
And so there would have been savings on the table, if you will, padded. So let's go ahead and take that pad off and let's lower the rate. And I think what I've heard from a number is if we can get in the 5 range, I think we've got something that we can get. And I agree, we need to look at it. We need to have eyes wide open as to what that means. I don't think we really want to break our bond coverage and our bond ratios, but at the same time, let's massage that and get it as closer to 5 as we can.
I regret succumbing to Member Owen's comments for last years and not having our positions budgeted for half from the year.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, I think it is important on the rate model. There was a question asked by Mr. Davis during the public hearing part about having the rate model available for people to view and see. It should be a public document so we can.
It's not a big deal. I mean, that's
we should be able to share that.
I don't know, anybody, yeah.
Yeah, so let's make sure we do.
I do want to add one caveat. We just need to, because we paid a company for it, it might be considered their like intellectual property, and we'd be giving away the way they do it. So I just need to. That's the way it was in Missouri. I just want to make sure it's the same or not the same here in Texas.
If it's presented to us, it should be a matter of public record.
Yep, I'm just going to run the traps on it.
Sure.
Totally agree. It should be public record.
But I also want to know, because we've had a rate model, and we've been operating from a rate model and for several years. So it's not like we wake up getting ready for the budget and say, okay, what's the rate need to be this year? There's been a model, and that's all based on some forecast. It's all based on some assumptions. All of those kind of go into the forecast, because I believe we were scheduled for like a 17% increase this year, which we didn't. And so I think it's important that when we, and you know, we're past the public hearing, we're, you know, next meeting that we're discussing budget, we're voting, right? So I think it's important in future years that when we're discussing the rates, that we put it in context of what the rate model and where we were forecasting and where was that. And I think it's important that we conservatively forecast, right? I mean, we don't know what, if anybody could tell me how much rain's going to fall in July of next year, I think we could get very, very close on what our rates are and how much water gets used. I mean, it has an effect, right? So I think it's important that we share that information, that this is what's operating in the background, that there is a plan. At the same time, we do have to pay the bills. So
yeah, I think that's exactly right, that it's kind of just like in people's minds, it's like, oh, there should be a steady state of what the rate is. And then it's like, oh, well, 9%, that's way worse, versus what the mayor said. It actually, the different narrative could be, oh, this was slated to be 17, is now 9.
If you'd have gone back to the 07, I mean, in 07, we had to raise the rates 25% because they were arbitrarily held at 0 for 5 years in a row.
Right.
And we had to pop it. That just so we kept the bond coverage.
Right.
If you went back to 07 all the way to today and you just threw all of the rate increases in a mix with none of the zeros on the table, what would that straight line be?
Right.
And I bet you it'd be in the.
It's in there. It's about 5%.
It's around 4 or 5%.
Right.
And so had we been doing that along the way, we wouldn't see these big
jumps,
double-digit jumps.
Mayor, just to recapitulate, because I know we're trying to give the staff guidance. I know we're veering off, but I think the goal rate, Member Carbone said, was 5%, maybe plus or minus. I know Member Perez said lower than 7. On tax rate for the global number for what we're doing on the other discussion, general fund, where was the guidance? We're at 70.8.
Keep it the same.
Keep it the same. 70.8. 0.708.
Okay. I guess I'm struggling there. I'm looking for a penny, and some of that, whether between FTEs or between budget, I just like to get that out there because I don't want to be inconsistent with the discussion. Could we do a quick go around the horn? So I think we're rolling, like you said, into a point where we start voting. I'd like there to be no inconsistency, and I would rather not want to come out at the last minute and say, you know what, I thought this was different, because I know that there was some discussion back and forth.
And that's a fair point. I don't have a problem doing that. We need to make sure the staff has clear direction. And I think the question is, do we want to hold what the staff is proposing at 0.708, whatever, it went 6 digits deep, or work to lowering that?
Yeah, I think my question on that is, if we're rolling forward the fund balance on the debt service side to lower the debt service rate, is that something that would be prudent to do the same on the O&M rate, to roll forward some portion of that to lower the O&M rate? Is that really the same thing, or am I thinking about that incorrectly?
I think you're thinking about it correctly. I would say it's different, though, because the debt service rate is a obligation, and you levy what you need to, and that's triply complicated with that state worksheet. And so that's why last year we dedicated $8 million. This year it's $5 million. and we're trying to get that rate down. So the mechanics of that are different.
Right.
On the general fund side, it's real O&M dollars, and so you don't have that same ability to just levy whatever you want the next year when the bill comes. So we can't just, you could, but then you're setting yourselves up for that O&M.
You're introducing a little more risk.
A lot more, yes.
I think we've done a really good job. The fact that in this city we took our fund balance requirement from 2 months to 3 months pretty quickly, and the fact that we still have 2 million over that, I mean, that makes me kind of interested in the idea of reducing it. I guess I would probably want that, though, because of the comment about risk. I probably wouldn't want the if we were going to do any further reduction to the property tax rate, I'd probably want some component of that to come from something other than just rolling it forward. So it would have to be a mix. And I'm not sure what if we have any more room to do that. But yeah, it seems like that could only be a component of any kind of rate lowering if we wanted to be responsible about it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a consensus about an hour and a half ago at that 70825. There's 4 of us at least.
I think we got a really good target out there for the making up the difference on the pay, which was a goal that I think we hit with the tax rate that we set. So I think I'm good there. Obviously, if they can staff can bring forward, more to reduce it, I'm not going to push back against that, but I'm not going to push too hard because I think y'all have done a great job of helping us meet our goals tonight, and I appreciate your patience and input.
My goal would be to look at the FTEs, allocating obviously some of these are enterprise folks and doubling up, putting some amount of dollars into salaries, and then I'm still looking for a penny out of O&M. So I would like to be sub 0.708 to something in 69.
We're little.
0.7028.
Perez.
I'm good with the rate that we discussed before.
Rollins. All right, there you go. I think we have some consensus. And next time we talk budget, hopefully we're voting. Appreciate everybody's attention tonight. I think we made some good headway. I think the public will be proud with us digging into it. So we'll stand adjourned at 10:15.